All right, back in open court. Mr. Goldberg, you had a comment about the videotape?
Thank you, Your Honor. We wanted to lodge another objection to the playing of the tape that was discussed on Thursday, depicting the item that the defense contends may be the glove. And the basis of this objection was not discovered until quite recently, in fact, last night, and is stated in a declaration that we just filed with the court of a videotape engineer who took a look at this video. I'm not sure that I can, I hope I'm not misstating what's in the declaration because I don't understand all the technical jargon, but apparently most news organizations shoot their tapes on beta, and what we have is a VHS tape, and the clarity of the beta tape is apparently much greater than with a VHS tape. So there is a best evidence rule objection in the sense that we have been provided with what is a copy that is not as good and would not have the same resolution as the original. Therefore, we have two requests that we'd ask. Number one, that if the defense has the beta version, they should be required to play that or utilize that if they are going to use this tape. If they don't have it, then they have to make a showing under the best evidence rule as to why they don't and why it's not available. And if the court is inclined somehow to, if they can make such a showing, the prosecution should be entitled to get the information from the defense as to where the tape came from. So hopefully we can track down the beta version. Also, apparently, it's easier to enhance a beta tape than the VHS tape, which is, I think, also stated in this declaration.
All right, Mr. Scheck.
Your Honor, we gave over to the court the original VHS copy that we have, so we don't have any beta tapes. It doesn't indicate that the prosecution knows for sure that there is an original beta tape. Obviously, as I indicated to the court the other day, from our position...
Yeah, but no commercial video enterprise uses VHS as the original format.
No, the court...
Which has always made me wonder why VHS beat out beta, but that's another story.
But we don't have it, that's the point. And this is the best copy that we have, and we think we should be allowed to offer it under the best evidence rule for that purpose. And as I indicated to the court before...
Do you know which news organization this copy came from?
Gee, I don't. And as a matter of fact, there are two versions of this, as I indicated on the big compilations. One that has the counter on it, and the other one that does not. And one of them, I even think, may even have a little logo in it indicating one of the networks. But our position is simply that this is the best we have. We've turned over the best copy we have to the prosecutors, and with respect to these tapes and all other tapes of how collection was done at the crime scene, we would join with the prosecution, I'm sure, in asking the news organizations to turn over. I made this plea before. Everything. I mean, they don't. They won't give us outtakes, but everything they have, the best versions that we have, because we're not interested in misleading anybody. We looked at the tape. We saw what we saw. That's the best we can do.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, any response to that?
Well, under the rule, the best evidence rule, you are allowed, generally speaking, to introduce a copy instead of the original, but you generally have to make a showing that you don't have the original and why you don't have it. Now counsel apparently have compiled these clippings from news organizations. They got them in some manner, in some way. They didn't just simply materialize in the offices of the defense in this case. We are entitled to know if they are going to use a copy. At the very least, we are entitled to know and have a representation as to precisely where they came from and how they were compiled, so that the people, at the very least, can be permitted the option of then trying to track down the beta version of this tape.
All right. Mr. Scheck, can you provide us with the source of this clip? Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Shea. Is that information available somewhere in the defense team where it came from? This clip?
We would have to sit, what we did is put all of them together, and we'd have to sit down and disaggregate them and look at them and try to make our best estimation going back through all the records. But we went through this before in putting these clips together for the court and for the district attorney. They've had it for months. They were looking at the same
No,
thing
the
I was
fact that
looking
they
at.
have it is one thing. Where it came from, the source of that, is another question.
I understand. I mean,
Can you make that information available to them by tomorrow morning?
I think I better defer to Mr. Cochran.
No, you're handling this part,
Oh, I'm
Mr.
handling
Shea. Simple question. Can you make that information available to them?
If we have it, we'll make our best efforts to find out exactly where we got all this, and
All right.
we'll tell them. But I can certainly represent to the court that we gave you the best copy we had. That is the best copy we had. That's the only one available to us. And if the news organizations want to make more available, that would be terrific, but I think we satisfy the best evidence rule just on the face of it, because this is the best
Right.
available copy.
Ms. Hazlett, would you make an inquiry of the news organizations, and if anybody recognizes this videotape as their product that they turned over, we'd like to see the original beta format. All right, the objection's overruled. Let's have the jury, please. Panel. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Trust you're all feeling well today. Here we had a good dinner last night. Good. All right. Record to reflect Mr. Dennis Fung is on the witness stand again. Mr. Fung, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You reminded you were still under oath, sir. And Mr. Scheck, you may resume and complete your cross-examination.
I'll make my best effort.
Thank you, sir. You have the morning.
I'm sorry?
You have the morning.
Oh, I'm sure I'll be into the afternoon.
Right.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Morning, Mr. Fung. How are you, sir?
Morning.
When we left, if we were discussing the glove at Bundy, you recall that?
Yes.
All right, and just to review a little bit, Mr. Harrison, you put up the... I'd like to show you on the screen, you recall seeing these pictures before of the Bundy glove.
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Scheck, which defense exhibit, this side-by-side, which one is this? Is this 1075?
1075.
All right.
Now, Mr. Fung, if we could look at the picture to the right, the one with the finger pointing at the glove. You see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Why don't we designate that position number one? Fair enough?
Yes.
All right. And let's look at the left, and that's the picture with the evidence tag, correct?
Yes.
And why don't we designate that position number two? Okay?
Yes.
Now, turning to position number one, you remember I showed you that photograph last Thursday and asked you if you had seen it in the grand jury. Remember that?
I remember that.
All right. And you indicated that you didn't think you had.
I indicated that I didn't remember seeing it. Right.
And have you since then gone back, spoken with the district attorneys, looked at the grand jury exhibit and refreshed your recollection?
Yes.
And you did, in fact, see that photograph in the grand jury, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so those are the two positions from which you saw the glove in photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, before we left On Thursday afternoon, just as we broke, you were shown a videotape, were you not?
Yes.
All right. 3 different segments. I would ask now, Your Honor, that Mr. Harris be permitted to play those.
Yes. Have we marked that yet? Next in order, 1078.
Is there a... Let me approach, Your Honor, and I don't know if this will work, but
I don't think the pointer is going to, do you have the laser?
okay.
And be careful where you point that. All right. Mr. Harris.
Now, do you recognize this as a picture of Detective Van Adder walking up?
I can't identify who that person is.
Okay. Now, do you see the object that I'm circling with this light pen?
I object as soon as it's back on evidence that it is an object.
Oh, well,
Do you see that?
I see a dark spot on the
Okay.
video, yes.
Would you agree that that looks to be brown?
Your Honor, it's irrelevant what he thinks the best evidence is.
oh, well,
To me, it just appears dark.
Does it
I
look
don't see any brown color there.
Does it appear to be three-dimensional to you?
Irrelevant.
oh, well.
I can't determine from the video if it is or not.
Okay. You see that object again now that I'm circling with the light pen?
I see a dark area that you're
All right.
circling.
In
All
your
right, this-
view?
For the record, this is a second clip segment.
Yes. Does that, we're stopping that now. Again, does that appear to you to be brown and three-dimensional?
Appears to be a dark area on the video.
You wouldn't say it's three-dimensional?
I couldn't tell from the video, no.
Okay.
All right, segment 3.
Now, this appears to be you putting down evidence tags, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you still see that same object that I'm pointing to in the light pen? You saw that?
Go do it again.
All right. Can we run that again? Now, let me show you a still of that shot. Again, looking at that, would you agree, or do you agree, that that looks to be a brown three-dimensional object?
Appears to be a dark object or a dark area on the video.
Now, if
That
that,
Segment 3.
segment 3. Now, if that were the glove, Mr. Fung, that would be a third position, would it not?
Your Honor, that calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Well, when we broke from court on Thursday, you came back the next morning, is that correct? And it was Wednesday, actually. Thursday. Came back to court the next morning, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, that evening, did you look at these videotapes with great care?
The Wednesday evening?
Yeah.
Yes, I did look at them.
All right. And with whom did you look at them?
There were other people in the office. I don't recall all of them.
About how many times do you think you looked at them that evening?
20.
Then when you came down the next morning in court, you reviewed them again, did you not, on these monitors?
When I came down in court the next day, there was an enhanced version, and I looked at them here, yes.
And you reviewed it with Mr. Goldberg?
What do you mean reviewed?
Well, you were looking at the tapes from various angles and photographs with Mr. Goldberg,
Yes.
with Ms. Clark.
She was present.
She wasn't sitting by the monitor with you looking at it?
She may have been, but
Mr. Harmon,
yes.
Mr. George Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Darden,
I don't recall if Mr. Darden was here or not.
the gentleman Jonathan Fartlow from Decision
Fartlow.
Quest?
Fairlow.
Fairtlow, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You looked at it in slow motion.
Yes.
You examined various photographs.
Yes.
Now, were you shown I have this photograph marked defendants next in order.
1079. Yes, 1079. Have you shown that to counsel? Have you shown that to counsel?
Yes.
Mrs. Robertson's defense is marking 1079, a photograph.
Your Honor, I think this was already marked for the record.
Right. There appears to be a sticker on the back. Is that evidence?
Yeah, that's a defendant sticker for the,
Right.
were you shown, among others, that photograph?
Yes.
Commissioner, I'd like to put this on the Elmo.
Yes.
Now, was it suggested to you after seeing this picture that that object on the videotape that you will not agree with me is brown and three-dimensional was not really the glove, but was green or yellow leaves?
Your Honor, that's already noted.
Sustained.
Did anybody show you this picture and suggest to you that what was on the videotape was not the glove in a third position, but green and yellow leaves?
Nobody made that suggestion to me. They asked me to look at the videotape and look at different photographs.
Well, did anybody, was there any discussion? It's not the glove, it's green and yellow leaves.
Nobody said that, no.
Yep. It couldn't be green and yellow leaves, wouldn't you agree with Mr. Fung?
Excuse me?
That calls for an expert opinion.
Or will.
What we saw on that videotape, that object you and I were discussing, the one that you will not agree is brown and three-dimensional, would you not agree with me
Why
that...
don't you rephrase that question, counsel?
All right. Would you agree that the object that we saw on the videotape could not be those green and yellow leaves?
I can't agree to that, no.
You think it could be?
Could be what?
Green and yellow leaves.
From the angle and the distance of that camera and from the poor resolution of the videotape itself, I can't make that determination.
Okay. You noticed in the photograph that, in the videotape, that the object had a little white tag in it, didn't you? Or a little white spot?
In this case, the testimony got off.
Sustained.
Now, did you read the next day Detective Lang quoted in the Los Angeles Times about what he thought that object was?
I haven't read the LA Times for over a week.
I understand.
Your Honor,
Did-
I believe this is all
Overruled.
Now, did you speak about what this object could be on the videotape with Detective Lang?
I don't think there was any discussion, no. He was present during some portion of the watching.
Well, did Detective Lang ever tell you that that object on the videotape was not the glove? It was actually the dark blood by the blanket that somehow was changed by the angle of the lens, and that's how it could be explained? He say something like that to you?
Not to me, no. I did overhear something like that.
Well, who suggested that one to you?
That was never suggested to me directly.
Well, how did you hear about it indirectly?
I was in a different area and I overheard that comment.
Now, you know that that object on the videotape can't be explained away by any of these things, don't you?
Your Honor, it's hard to answer.
Sustained.
You know it's the glove, don't you?
I don't know that.
You know it's the glove, and you just got caught by this videotape, isn't that right?
Your Honor, that's hard to answer.
Sustained.
All right, Mr. Fung, why don't we talk about the envelope for a minute? Taken two previously marked exhibits and we're putting them side by side and showing them to council.
All right, which exhibits are these?
One of them is 1079, the one we just marked, and the other one is the overall picture of Detective Furman pointing to the glove in the envelope as we're searching for that number. Showing it to counsel on his monitor before we display it to the jury.
But I need to have an exhibit number.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'll object to cropping the photograph in any way or altering its appearance on the display.
Yes, the one on the left, Your Honor, is 55, 1055.
All right, the objection's overruled.
All right.
It's not an unfair depiction as to the position of the items.
We should have this side by side of the envelope marked as defendants.
1080.
1080. Mr. Fung, you see these two photographs, do you not?
Yes.
All right. Now, looking on the left, that's a closer-up shot of Detective Furman pointing towards the glove hat and with his hand over the envelope, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you see where the envelope is in terms of the tiles.
Yes.
All right. Now, looking at the photograph to the right, that's the envelope in the position where you put down tags and had it photographed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's in a different position, is it not, from the photograph where Detective Perman is pointing in the direction of the envelope?
It appears to be yes.
About how far down do you think that's been moved?
As which to which?
All right, the photograph where, to the right, where you put down the evidence tags, that's about how many inches would you estimate moved back towards the railing from the way it's depicted in the photograph where Detective Furman is pointing towards it?
Appears to be moved 3 to 4 inches towards the west.
Right, and the difference, another difference between the photographs is that in the one where you had the picture taken with the evidence tag down, there's more, you can see drag marks in the upper right-hand corner of that picture, can you not?
I can't tell from the video, but
Well, do you recall seeing what looked like streaks of blood in the soil in the area where Mr. Goldman's body had been removed?
yes,
All right, would you agree with me that that represents track marks of Mr. Goldman's body being removed and dragged through the area where the glove hat and the envelope were?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Well, there's more leafy foliage on top of those tiles, is there not, in the picture where you had the photograph taken?
yes,
Now, Mr. Fung, would you agree that the envelope is in two different positions here?
yes,
And is it clear to you, sir, that that envelope was moved and put into a new position after Mr. Goldman's body was removed from the scene?
Calls for speculation.
Sustain.
When did you first learn that the envelope had been moved from its original condition as it was found at the crime scene?
Irrelevant. Calls for hearsay.
Oral.
First I heard about it was during the trial,
When?
this trial,
When during the trial? We've been here for a while.
when, you're right, when Detective Lang was giving testimony.
About a month ago, 2 months ago?
Whenever he was giving testimony.
And isn't it your responsibility? But how did you learn about that? Did you speak to Detective Lang?
How did I learn that?
Yeah, that the envelope had been moved?
I overheard it on the radio.
And you, in other words, you were overhearing the testimony on the radio?
Yes.
And how often have you been doing that, sir?
The testimony is playing all the time in different parts of the office, and people have it on all the time, and when I pass by, I overhear portions of it.
When you're working in some place, do you ask them to turn it off?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes you don't?
Sometimes I'm not there long enough to ask them to do it.
Now, Mr. Fung, isn't it your responsibility to investigate whether evidence at the crime scene has been moved or altered from its original position?
Vagues to the word investigate.
Oral.
In some respects, it is my responsibility, yes.
All right. And you're supposed to make inquiries of people at the scene as to whether or not evidence has been moved or altered.
Yes,
And did you ask Detective Lang if he saw evidence moved or altered, that somebody had seen the envelope and the glove moved and replaced back in a new position? Did you ask him about that on June 13th?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well, when you say you don't recall, are you telling us that you might have?
Yes.
Did you ask Mr. Rokar, the photographer, whether he had seen any evidence moved and then replaced back to a new position?
I did not ask that of Mr. Rokar.
Did you ask Detective Phillips?
Oh,
No. You saw Detective Phillips at the scene when Mr. Goldman's body was being removed through the area where the envelope, the hat, and the glove were. He was there.
I did not know Detective Phillips, and he was not the officer in charge at the scene.
All right. Did you ask Steve Johnson, the chief forensic chemist,
About,
if he had seen any of the evidence moved and then replaced back into a new position?
no.
He was there, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
Did you ask Miss Ratcliffe, the representative from the coroner's office?
I did not speak with Ms. Ratcliffe.
Did you ask Mr. Jacobo from the coroner's office?
Same question?
Yeah.
No.
Weren't they people in an excellent position to see whether or not the envelope, the hat, or the glove had been moved, since they were the ones that were involved in removing Mr. Goldman's body?
sustain.
Well, you did see Mr. Ratcliffe, Miss Ratcliffe, and Mr. Jacobo removing Mr. Goldman's body,
Yes, I did.
but you did not ask them, after that had been done, whether they had seen any of the evidence moved.
Sustained.
Did you ask? Well, I think you've answered. There were representatives of SID who do fingerprinting at the scene, were there not?
Yes.
And they were standing on the top of the walkway, were they not?
During certain portions, yes.
And that was during the portion of time where Mr. Goldman's body was being removed. They were up there.
I don't recall when they were there.
Well, did you inquire of them as to whether or not they had seen any evidence? The envelope, the hat, or the glove moved?
No.
Did you ask Andrea Mazzola whether she had seen it?
Seen anything moved?
Yeah.
I did not ask her that.
Did you ask Andrea Mazzola to conduct an inquiry about whether any evidence had been moved?
No.
Is it your testimony, sir, that on June 13th, you did not suspect that the glove or the envelope or any other evidence in that area had been moved from their original position?
Overruled.
I did not suspect that they were moved.
Is it your testimony that you had no knowledge whatsoever on June 13th that that glove and the envelope had been moved and somebody put it back in its original position?
Sustained.
You have to fill out a crime scene checklist report, you and Ms. Mazzola, correct?
Yes.
And you filled it out in this case with respect to the Bundy location?
Yes.
And one of the things that you have to check off on your crime scene checklist report is, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how?
Yes.
All right? Ask that this page be marked defendants 1081.
1081. 1081.
Is this a copy of page 2 of your Bundy crime scene checklist report?
Yes, it is.
All right. I'd like to put this on the memo, Your Honor.
Yes. Mr. Harris?
Now, what we see on the Elmo, go back a little. We see on the Elmo is that question that you have to fill out, has the scene been altered? If so, by whom and how? Correct?
That's what it says.
And if the scene has been altered, there's 1, 2, 3 lines for you to write in what happened, right?
Yes.
That's because it's considered very important that the criminalist document whether or not the scene has been altered from its original condition.
What do you mean by very important?
Well, it's important enough to have at least 3 lines on this checklist report to make sure you fill it out if you discover or you suspect that the scene has been altered.
Or will-
Do you understand my
That
question, sir?
space is provided if there is, for instances when items are altered, such as, well, there are certain scenes that are very altered, and just make note of them.
This one was just a little altered.
Sustained.
Well, on this box, is there not a question mark?
Yes, there is.
Did you put that in there?
No.
Did Ms. Mazzola put that in there to your knowledge?
Yes.
And that was put in there because you and she suspected that this scene had been altered from the way it was originally found.
Sustained. It's also cumulative.
I'm sorry?
It's also cumulative. You and she.
Did you discuss with Ms. Mazzola why she put a question mark in that box?
I think she asked me what to put in that box, and I said, put a question mark there.
And you said put a question mark there because you knew that when Mr. Goldman's body had been dragged through the evidence, that the glove had been moved, the envelope had been moved, and somebody put it back into the place where they thought it was originally.
No,
Isn't that right?
that's wrong.
Now, Mr. Fung, you have described 2 methods for collecting items that contain possible biological material, other than blood drops.
Excuse me? Should you repeat that?
Well, have you told us that there are 2 methods that you use to collect items at a crime scene, other than blood drops? One involving gloves.
Yes.
All right, that's where you would pick up the item wearing gloves and put it into a bag, for example.
Yes.
And the second method that you described for us is something that you call the scoop technique.
Yes.
And the scoop technique is a method where you take a card or a pencil and you scoop the object into a bag.
Yes.
And when you do the scoop technique, you do not touch the object with your bare hands.
That's correct.
And when you're collecting any item that could later be dusted for fingerprints, you would certainly not touch that item with your bare hands.
When I,
Yes. You want me to repeat that?
yes.
All right. When you are collecting an item which could contain fingerprints from the perpetrator or perpetrators of a crime, you would not touch that item with your bare hand, would you, when collecting it?
I would try not to.
Well, you say you try not to. It would be wrong to do that, wouldn't it?
If it was for prints, yes.
And in this case, the envelope that we saw, found at Bundy, that contained the prescription glasses, it had blood spatter on it.
Is that a question?
Yeah.
I didn't look at the,
You didn't notice
I didn't look at the glasses that closely.
the envelope?
I looked at the envelope.
I'm asking about the envelope. Did the envelope that contained the prescription glasses have blood spatter on it?
There was a blood pattern on it.
And it had shoe impressions on it, did it not?
I don't recall, but I do remember there was some type of blood on the envelope.
You don't recall that it had shoe impressions on it?
I don't recall that.
Overruled.
Do you recall that the envelope was torn at the top?
No.
Did it occur to you that one of the killers could have mistakenly believed that something other than glasses was in that envelope and grabbed for it?
Calls for speculation sustained.
When you were at the crime scene on June 13th, were you interested in the possibility that one of the killers could have grabbed or pulled at that envelope and touched it while struggling with Mr. Goldman?
Irrelevant, assumes facts, not in evidence, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
When you were at the crime scene on June 13th and you saw that envelope, did you consider the possibility that the envelope might have fingerprints on it from one of the killers?
Irrelevant, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Assumes facts, not in evidence, also irrelevant.
Overruled.
Your Honor, can the court repeat the question?
Killer or killers?
Killer or killers?
Killer or killers, it could have had fingerprints on the, there could have been fingerprints on the envelope.
And you thought about that then?
Yes.
Did you touch that envelope with your bare hands while collecting it, Mr. Fung?
No.
Sure of that?
Yes.
No question about it in your mind?
Yes.
Do you recall Andrea Mazzola kneeling on the ground and passing you that envelope, which you grasped with an ungloved bare hand?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I'd like to show the prosecution some video.
Have you seen this already?
Yes, it is on their tape, Your Honor, but I'm not sure that they necessarily
How
have
long
seen
is the
it.
clip?
Oh,
3 or 4 seconds.
All right. Show it to counsel.
we're going to show it. Your Honor, my suggestion is that we show it a few times and show it in slow motion.
Show it to counsel first, please.
Mr. Harris, why don't you show them the still that we'll show next? Your Honor, this is on the tape that's been provided to the court and the district attorney.
Your Honor, I ask that all counsel's comments be stricken. Those aren't proper.
Overruled. All right, counsels have the opportunity. I thought we had an agreement, however, that we'd show each other these things before we start the session. All right, let's proceed.
Your Honor, with permission, I'd like to show this particular clip 3 or 4 times, once in slow motion and then the still.
All right, we're going to mark this as defense 1082.
Mr. Fung, I'd like you to watch this tape and very, very carefully with the jury. We're going to show it to you 3 or 4 times in real time, then we'll show it to you in slow motion, and then we'll show you as still. All right, let's show it again in real time. Show it again in real time. Can we show it now in slow motion? You want to see that again in slow motion, Mr. Fung?
I don't need to see it in slow
All right.
motion.
Could we now show a still? Mr. Fung, that's you getting the prescription envelope from Andrea Mazzola and grasping it in your bare hands, isn't it?
No, it's not.
Well, what is that, Mr. Fung?
It could be any number of things.
That is not you, is not Ms. Mazzola in the position where the envelope was on the ground?
Sustained.
Is she in that area?
She is, I can't tell from this clip where exactly we were.
You can't tell that you're, from this clip, that you're at the Bundy location in the area where the envelope was seen on the photographs?
I don't know that's exactly where we were, no.
You're not in and around that area, no?
We may have been around that area, but
If that's not you grasping the envelope with the prescription glasses with your bare hands, what, pray tell, is it?
if we can always have the envelope printed, and if my fingerprints are on there, then it is. But I know that my
That's not
fingerprints
you.
are not on that envelope.
That's not you grasping it with your bare hand.
That's correct.
I'm going to go about another 15.
Your Honor, can we have the envelope produced?
Which number is that, Mr. Scheck? Mrs. Robertson, do you know the number?
May I approach?
You may.
Mr. Fung, can you see that envelope in the bag?
Yes.
Now, the other items of evidence that you collected in the Bundy scene, weren't they put into coin envelopes if they were blood drops?
Yes.
And pager was put into a bag? Why don't you take out your evidence collection sheet and read along with me? The keys went into a coin envelope, correct?
Yes.
The pager went into a coin envelope.
Yes.
That object we see you and Miss Mazzola handling, it's not the keys or the pager, is it?
No.
It's not the glove.
No.
It's not the hat.
No.
It's not the ring.
No.
It's not any of the red stains that you recovered at Bundy.
That's correct.
Well, looking at your evidence checklist, can you suggest one thing other than that envelope that we saw in that videotape?
Notepad, maybe?
A notepad? Which notepad?
It wouldn't be evidence. It would be something that we used to take notes.
And for the record, Mr. Scheck, what are we doing?
We're looking at it 3 more times.
This is 1082.
have the still. Looking at that still, and here, if you want, we have a printout in yellow. Are you telling us that that's a notepad and not the envelope?
I'm saying it could be anything, but it's not the envelope here.
Well, would you agree that it's not any other item of evidence that you collected at the scene? Couldn't be any other item of evidence except for that prescription envelope, right?
Wait a minute, I object.
Basis?
This argument is
Sustained.
Is there any other item of evidence that you collected at Bundy that you could be handling at that time with Ms. Mazzola?
same objection.
Overruled.
I don't know what time frame this still was taken, so I can't give you an accurate.
That is a
Assumption.
picture of Mr. Jacobo and Miss Ratcliffe.
Okay,
They're from the coroner's office.
right.
Now counsel's testifying motion.
That's true. Rephrase the question.
Are they from the coroner's office?
Yes,
And they were at the scene when you arrived,
yes.
and they left at about 11:15, as I recall.
Right.
So it's got to be between the time that you first arrived at the scene and the time that the coroners left.
Yes.
Are you testifying that that's not the envelope?
It's argumentative.
Sustained.
Mr. Harris advised me perhaps we could play it one more time in slow motion, and he thinks he can get her better still.
I think we need to start the slow-mo sooner than that.
It's kind of quick to catch this.
We'll start the slow-mo at the beginning. All right, we're going backwards at this point.
Okay, that's a good one, if you can get that.
How about some more? No, backwards, backwards, backwards.
There. There. How about that, Mr. Fung?
Is that a question, Mr. Scheck?
Yes. How about that picture, Mr. Fung? Does that refresh your recollection that you took the envelope from Andrea Mazzola with your bare hand?
When you pointed out the time frame, it makes it even more sure in my mind that that is not the envelope, because we did not start picking up envelope or evidence until well after the coroners were gone.
Cat, do you have that frame? All right. 82A printout.
That's a notepad.
I'm saying I'm not sure what it is, but I know it's not that envelope.
Do you see where there's a slight, that object that Ms. Mazzola had in her hand, it appears to have a certain fullness to it?
I can't tell from the
Can't
video,
tell?
no.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, rather than have the jury touch it, but I would ask that this bag that contains the envelope be passed to the jury so they can look at it.
All right, hand it to juror number one, please.
The latest still be marked as defendants 1082A, and I asked that this also be passed to the jury.
I thought we did that already.
No, not this still, the new one.
Excuse me, counsel? You need my permission before you hand something to any juror.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said yes. My apologies.
Nope. Nope. Let me see it first.
My apologies.
Welcome to California. There. Ask me for the number. He didn't ask me directly and clearly for permission to hand it to the jury, Mr. Cochran. Well, then I didn't hear it. All right, Deputy Russell, would you transmit that back to the clerk? Mr. Scheck? Do you collect that from Deputy Russell? check. Would you collect that from Deputy Russell, please? All right, would this be an appropriate place to break? I need to change court reporters. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a brief recess. Please remember all my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. With regard to the case, do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll take a 15-minute recess. Thank you. Patrick, just court and counsel. All right, is that the complete? All right, let me see counsel sidebar again.
Could we at least be given the opportunity to take a closer look at this?
Sure, view it one more time. here.
A few moments ago, Mr. Fung, when you saw the video of the envelope, you said that it had refreshed your recollection when you looked at the frame because you knew that couldn't be the envelope since the evidence collection did not begin until the people from the coroner's office left.
That's what I indicated, yes.
All right. I'd like to show you this piece of videotape, Mr. Fung.
All right, we'll mark this as 1083.
And you've been watching this in the break, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Now, this is Miss Mazzola putting the hat in the bag, correct?
Yes.
And if you look in the back of the steps, those are the print people walking back and forth. One is in the white coats.
Yes.
And you see in back of her what looks like the tape measure.
I couldn't make it out.
See it now?
Yes. Could be, yes.
Now she's picking up the glove. Now you remember that Mr. Jacobo from the coroner's office, he was the gentleman in the blue suit, the blue jumpsuit.
Yes.
I'd like you to watch very carefully in the frame these shoes. See those shoes? See that those blue pants?
Yes.
That's Mr. Jacobo, isn't it?
Appears to be, yes.
So you did begin evidence collection before the coroner's left.
Yes.
So what you said before wasn't true.
It was to the best of my recollection at the time.
Well, when you filled out your evidence collection report, Mr. Fung, for the Bundy scene, I think we've been through this before, there's a box that has times on it, right?
Yes.
And you didn't fill out any times for the collection of any of these pieces of evidence, did you?
They were not filled in.
I think we'll just print out the last still of the shoes. Can you do
All
it?
right, 1083A.
Thank you. Mr. Fung, why don't we move on to the issue of DNA and your knowledge of it. I believe you said during cross-examination that you were not a DNA person.
Something relative to that, yes.
And that by that, you mean that you haven't been through serology at SID?
I've never been assigned there.
All right, and just so you can make it clear to the jury, at SID, there are various different places you can rotate through.
Yes.
And your rotation did not include serology.
Yes.
And what is serology?
Serology, in the serology unit, they will analyze biological fluids and sometimes tissue for genetic markers.
Mm-hmm. And sometimes that's called conventional genetic marker testing.
Yes.
That's blood type A, B, O, things of that nature.
That is one of the tests they do.
Yes. A test called EAP, are you familiar with that one at all?
I'm not familiar with it, no.
And then, starting in January of 1995, SID began doing DNA testing.
I'm not sure when they started.
Well, are you aware that at some point in time, SID began doing a form of DNA testing in 1994?
I'm not aware of when our DNA program started.
When I say that your lab do it, I meant that it's actually done in-house by analysts from the Los Angeles Police Department laboratory. We're clear on that.
Yes.
All right. As opposed to collecting samples that would be then sent out to other laboratories for DNA testing.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, prior to 1994, had the Los Angeles Police Department collected samples and sent them out to other laboratories for DNA testing?
Sustained.
Now, at any time in 1994, had people from the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Lab given a lecture to you on procedures for collecting evidence that would subsequently be subjected to DNA testing?
Prior to 1994,
Well, during 1994.
I never received that training, no.
Prior to 1994, did you receive any training on how to collect samples that would subsequently be subjected to DNA testing?
Brief training, yes.
And who gave you this brief training?
I don't recall.
Was it, do you know who Erin Riley is?
Yes, I do.
And is she the most experienced DNA analyst at the LAPD Crime Lab?
I don't know who the most experienced person is.
Well, she would be the most experienced in the, do you know what the PCR or polymerase chain reaction method is?
It's irrelevant. It's beyond the scope of this witness's
Oral. Do you know what that
I
is?
can't go into any detail on it. I
But you've-
know it's one of the procedures. There's 2 procedures, and that's one of them.
One of them, PCR, what's known as PCR?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, is that the one that the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Lab began in sometime in 1994 to do in-house?
Again, I don't keep up abreast with the DNA program.
And the other method is sometimes known as RFLP. Have you heard that term?
I've heard the term.
Standing for Restriction Fragment Length Polymorphism. Have you heard that term?
I haven't heard that term, no.
In terms of the differences between the PCR testing and the RFLP testing, do you know anything about the differences between those methods?
Just very limited knowledge.
Well, you say you don't recall your brief lecture on how to collect samples for purposes of future DNA testing.
Sustained.
But you don't know who gave you that lecture?
I don't recall who gave it, no.
Was it, would it refresh your recollection, is it Greg Matheson?
It may have been.
He's the head of serology?
Yes. He is
Was
the head
it-
of, or he was head of serology.
Michelle Kessler?
I'm pretty sure it was not Michelle Kessler.
She's the head of the laboratory?
Yes, she is.
Could it have been a gentleman named Harry Klan?
No, it was not Harry.
You know who he is?
Yes, I know.
He's
Criminals
another analyst, DNA analyst in serology?
Crime. He was.
He's not there now?
I think he's assigned to a different.
Now, in your brief lecture about collection of evidence for purposes of DNA testing, did anybody ever tell you that the ability to perform successful DNA analysis on biological evidence recovered from a crime scene depends very much on the kinds of specimens collected and how they were preserved?
Since that's not an evidence, Your Honor.
Oral.
I've heard something to that effect, yes.
Were you told that the technique used to collect and document such evidence, the quantity and type of evidence that should be packaged, and how the evidence should be preserved are some of the critical points for a forensic DNA testing program? Were you told anything to that effect?
Overruled. Were you told something like that, Mr. Fung?
To the last part of his question, I don't recall being told something like that.
Were you told anything to the effect that if evidence is improperly packaged, cross-contamination can occur?
Not at that training, no.
No special emphasis on that in your brief DNA lecture.
Not that I can recall.
Were you told that if DNA evidence is not properly preserved, that decomposition and deterioration may well occur?
Not at that lecture, no.
And were you told that the decomposition or degradation of DNA evidence can seriously affect the outcome of DNA typing?
I don't recall that being discussed.
Were you ever shown a set of guidelines for the collection and preservation of DNA evidence that was produced by the Federal Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, I've been shown that.
All right. I asked, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Is this the document that,
Sure.
now you say you've been shown a book entitled Guidelines for the Collection and Preservation of DNA Evidence?
I believe it's a leaflet, but yes.
Leaflet. And when were you shown that?
That was shown to me maybe a couple weeks ago, by a couple weeks ago.
Who showed it to you?
Mr. Goldberg.
So, in other words, Mr. Goldberg showed you the guidelines for the collection and preservation of DNA evidence long after you collected the evidence in this case.
It seems a fact not notice there's only one set of guidelines.
Sustain. Rephrase the question.
Mr. Goldberg showed you the guidelines for the collection and preservation of DNA evidence produced by the FBI long after you did the collection in this case.
Yes.
And one of the authors of this is Dr. Henry Lee, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Now, do you know how much DNA would be contained in 1 microliter of blood?
No.
Do you know what a microliter is?
I believe it's 1 to the -6 liters.
And in terms of what a microliter of blood would look like, would you not agree that it would be about the size of a pinhead?
Overruled. On that ground. Sustain.
Well, do you know whether 1 microliter of blood would be enough to do a DNA test using the RFLP method?
Same objections.
Sustain.
Were you given any instruction with respect to how much blood could be used in a successful DNA test?
Same objections, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Yes,
And
briefly.
were you told that as little as 1 microliter or a pinhead of blood could produce a result with an RFLP test?
I wasn't told that.
Were you told it could produce a result with a PCR test?
The training I recall was did not discuss PCR or RFLP.
Were you told that minute particles of blood that you can't even see with the naked eye could be recovered from items of evidence and then used in a DNA test, be it PCR or RFLP?
I wasn't told that, no.
Were you warned that it is very important to make sure that minute particles of blood are not spread from one item of evidence to the other, especially when you're going to do subsequent DNA testing?
No.
Were you instructed that if one just wet a finger, rubbed it on a podium such as this, then wiped it with a cloth, that an extraction from that cloth could successfully be amplified and used in a DNA test?
Sustained. Sustained. You're to disregard the implication of that question.
Do you know whether cells from a small cut from your finger transferred onto a piece of evidence could be a source in a subsequent DNA test from the evidence you touch?
Do you have any training regarding this, Mr. Fong?
No.
Do you have any knowledge about that? This particular issue?
Not expert knowledge, no.
All right,
Or
proceed.
do you- But you're going out and collecting the evidence here, are you not?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to explore with you the little knowledge that you have.
Sustained.
Well, how would you describe, I'm sorry, you say limited?
Yes.
I'm sorry. The limited knowledge. Were you taught anything about the dangers of contamination, cross-contaminating samples when collecting it for purposes of DNA testing?
Not for DNA testing, no.
Now, you told us on direct examination that you wear gloves, at least for one purpose, withdraw. You told us on direct examination that one purpose of wearing gloves during the collection of evidence is for your own protection.
Yes.
Do you not regard it also as important to wear gloves as a measure to prevent contamination of the samples that you're collecting?
Yes.
That's another purpose,
Yes.
an important purpose.
It is a purpose.
Now, you were asked on direct examination how you decide when to change gloves. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you recall that you answered that when the gloves get dirty, or I have to use some of my instruments or personal items, I will remove the gloves so as not to contaminate myself or other items of evidence.
Yes.
Now, when you say that the gloves get dirty and then you remove them, that means that you can see something on the gloves.
Yes.
And you've received no instruction that samples can be contaminated for purposes of DNA testing through minute particles of blood that one cannot see.
Sustained.
Has anybody told you that samples that are being collected for purposes of DNA testing can be cross-contaminated by minute particles of blood that cannot be seen?
No.
Have you been told that evidence that is being collected for purposes of DNA testing can be contaminated by other cellular material that is so minute one cannot see other than blood?
Still assumes facts
I'm asking if has anybody's ever told him that.
But we've already established the extent of this training, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, there is no rule in the collection of evidence for purposes of DNA testing at LAPD that gloves should be changed between each sample.
There's no rule to that, no.
And you did not change gloves between the collection of each sample, did you?
Not that I can recall, no.
And you did not instruct Ms. Mazzola to change her gloves between the collection of each sample.
That's correct.
And you know that she did not change her gloves between the collection of each sample.
From reviewing the videotapes, yes.
Now, you did receive a handout on the how to collect evidence, which included references to DNA testing, did you not?
I don't know what you're referring to.
Do you recall receiving a handout that was given to criminalists with respect to the collection and preservation of body fluids?
I don't recall having received something like that.
Well, let me show you a document of 3 pages. And it has to be marked collectively, defendants next to me.
1084.
You said 1084, Your Honor?
Yes, 1084.
Have you seen those documents before, sir?
No.
You were never handed out these 3 pages with respect to procedures for the collection and preservation of body fluids.
I don't recall having been given that, no.
Do you recall receiving any lectures at any time on how to collect and preserve body fluids from anyone at the LAPD crime lab?
I had on-the-job training.
All right. And in that on-the-job training, were you given instructions on how to use cloth swatches for the collection of bloodstains at a crime scene?
Yes.
I mean, you participated in the creation of all those boards, did you not, that laid out the procedure?
Yes.
And when you went through those boards, did you go over those procedures carefully with people from the crime lab?
Not from the crime lab, no.
Well, who'd you go over it with?
Myself, Criminals Mazzola, and Mr. Goldberg.
Did you ever go through any of these procedures with Mr. Yamauchi?
I did not, no.
Mr. Yamauchi is an analyst that works at the LAPD crime lab,
Yes, he is.
and you know him as being the analyst that did some of the DNA testing in this case.
Yes.
And you've discussed with him your testimony in this case,
Yes.
and you've gone over some of the details with him.
Limited.
Now, in terms of, were you ever told, with respect to procedures,
All right, with the report, please. All right, Mr. Scheck, do you need to be there for some particular good reason? You going to show him anything?
I may show him this document at some point to
Why
refresh
don't you
his
use the
recollection.
podium until you need to?
Okay. Now, as I understand it, sir, you're saying you never received a written handout on how to collect and preserve body fluids, which would include blood, right?
I never received that handout, no.
Okay. But you did receive instruction orally.
Yes,
It's sort of the oral tradition in the laboratory in terms of training people.
yes,
And in terms of your training on how to collect and preserve a blood stain, part of it was you were told orally by someone to use a cloth swatch or a cloth strip or threads removed from a swatch.
yes,
And you were told that the choice of the size of the swatch depends on the size of the stain that's to be collected.
yes,
And you were told that one should dampen the swatch with distilled water and remove the excess water by shaking it off.
I don't recall that being specifically,
You were told to apply the dampened swatch to the dried stain,
yes,
to press it into the stain using tweezers.
yes,
Were you instructed orally not to rub the stain with the swatch?
no,
Let me show you this document, see if it refreshes your recollection as to whether or not you were ever told that one should not rub the stain with the swatch.
There's no showing this witness his recollection refreshed.
It's a stain.
All right, do you think somebody might have told you that one should not rub the stain with the swatch?
I don't recall anybody telling me not to rub.
Well, is it that you don't, is that you have no specific memory of exactly the instructions you were given on how to pick up the stain?
That's correct.
All right, let me now show you the document, see if it refreshes your recollection.
No, you need to ask a foundational question before you do that.
One more?
Yep.
All right. Do you remember one way or the other whether anybody ever told you not to rub the stain with the swatch?
Your Honor, this is asked and answered.
It's a stain. Would it refresh your recollection, Mr. Fung, to look at this document that's been shown to you, whether or not you received any instruction regarding rubbing of a blood sample in its collection?
No,
Proceed.
No? Thank you. Were you told to place the swatch, once the stain had been removed, with the transferred stain, into a plastic bag for transportation,
yes,
and to put the plastic bag in a coin envelope with appropriate information on it?
yes,
Now, have you read anywhere else in the Los Angeles Police Department manual that one should not use a plastic bag for the transportation of wet bloodstains or wet items?
I don't recall that being in the manual.
I'm talking about now the Los Angeles Police Department manual.
The manual, the LAPD manual. I don't recall that.
Do you recall section 525.20, preserving wet stains?
No,
All right. Do you recall any section of the Los Angeles Police Department manual that says items containing wet blood, semen, or chemical stain shall be permitted to dry at room temperature before packaging? Plastic containers or plastic wrap shall not, in italics, be used as packaging material.
Call something to that effect, yes.
Show you this document, see if it refreshes your recollection.
Where, here?
Here.
Yes.
Now, I think you indicated that,
I just have it at the moment, counsel, to make sure that.
I think you indicated that you were familiar with,
Hang on one moment.
Yes.
you're familiar with a gentleman named Barry Fisher,
Yes.
and who is he?
Barry Fisher is I think he's the director of the LA Sheriff's Office, Crime Lab.
And you indicated that you were familiar with at least one of the editions of his book, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation?
I have looked at certain sections of one of the editions, yes.
Which sections?
I don't recall all the sections I've looked at.
Well, do you recall looking at any sections with respect to the collection and preservation of evidence?
Your Honor, it's vague as to which edition of the book he's talking about.
Over,
What?
I said overruled, but at this point it is. He hasn't asked a question regarding the book yet. Premature. Proceed.
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. What you said you were familiar with some sections of this book, Techniques of Crime Scene Investigation, some edition, correct?
Yes.
Right. Which sections are you familiar with?
Again, I don't recall every section that I've read out of that book.
Do you recall if you read any sections dealing with the collection of evidence?
It's still vague at this point as to what edition of the book he's talking about.
Overruled.
The whole book deals with collection of evidence.
Do you remember reading any section of the book that concerned collection of evidence of wet stains and putting them in plastic bags?
I don't recall reading something like that, no.
That wasn't in your edition?
I don't recall if it was or not.
I have a moment, Your Honor. Do you recall are you familiar with a book called Criminalistics, An Introduction to Forensic Science by Richard Saperstein?
I am familiar with one of the editions, yes.
All right. And this is a book that I take it you studied when in your training, criminalistics?
Yes,
It's fundamental text in the field?
one of them.
Now, do you recall in this book any discussion about packaging bloodstain evidence in plastic or airtight containers?
Your Honor, it assumes that this witness has read this particular version of this book.
Overruled.
Remember of
In any of the editions that you read?
It may have been, but I don't recall.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Call your attention to this page of what is the fourth edition of Criminalistics, An Introduction to Forensic Science by Richard Saperstein. Ask you to read that paragraph and see if it refreshes your recollection.
You may. Mrs. Robertson?
Yes. Now, this book, Criminalistics, An Introduction to Forensic Science, whatever edition you read, is this a text that you considered in forming your opinions as a criminalist in your testimony in this case?
Could you repeat that again?
Sure. Is this book part of the training that you underwent, which came to be a part of the basis for which you used in offering your opinions as a criminalist in this case?
Certain portions of it.
It's vague as to which opinions.
I think he said the answer was certain
Opinions,
portions.
I assume we're going to work down to what it is.
Right. Now, which portions did you rely upon or did you consider in forming your opinions as a criminalist in your testimony in this case?
Your Honor, this seems to fact not evidence that he's offered what we typically consider an expert opinion.
Overruled.
Which portions?
I don't recall what specific portions.
Well, would it include discussion of collection of bloodstains? Wouldn't the things that Safarstein said in his book with respect to the collections of bloodstains be data that you considered in forming your judgments in this case about how to collect bloodstains?
Your Honor, that assumes a fact not evidence that he's talking about the collection of bloodstains as opposed to final packaging.
Overruled.
This is something I did consider, yes.
And doesn't Safarstein say that the packaging of blood evidence in a plastic or airtight containers must be avoided because the accumulation of residual moisture could contribute to the growth of blood-destroying bacteria and fungi?
Hearsay under 721, also ambiguous as to whether he's talking about final packaging or
Overruled.
Preferably, each stained article should be packaged separately in a paper bag or well-ventilated box.
That's what the book says.
Now, do you agree with that, sir?
I agree with that in the regard for final packaging. In the intermediate stage, I do not agree with that.
So in other words, for temporary packaging, it's okay to put a wet blood stain in plastic?
well, it's vague as to the word packaging.
Overruled.
Please repeat it.
Sure. So is it your position that it's sound practice to put a wet blood stain in a plastic bag temporarily?
That's the way I was taught and trained to do it in the Los Angeles Police Department, yes.
Right. So it's fair to say that you were taught in the Los Angeles Police Department to put wet blood stains in plastic bags when packaging them.
Wait a minute, that misstates the testimony. There's
Overruled.
collection and packaging.
Overruled.
Things.
That's what you were taught.
Counsel,
Sorry.
remember the direction on how objections should be made. Proceed.
That's what you were taught.
No, that's not what I was taught.
Weren't you taught to, when collecting these swatches, all right, containing blood that are wet, to put them in plastic bags?
Yes.
And isn't that contrary to what you learned from Safarstein and others as to sound practices with respect to packaging wet stains?
My interpretation of what Mr. Safarstein wrote is that they should not be booked in, or they should not be packaged in plastic for in a final state.
Well, is there anything, to your knowledge, in this book that indicates that it's okay to package a wet blood stain in plastic, even temporarily?
It's overly broad, Your Honor, the entire book.
Overruled.
I don't think the book addresses it.
Well, to the extent the book addresses it, it says, don't put wet blood stains in plastic.
Misstates the evidence.
Sustained.
Saperstein says, the packaging of blood-stained evidence in plastic or airtight containers must be avoided. True?
Yes.
And it doesn't say must be avoided in the long term. It says must be avoided, period, right?
Your Honor, it's argumentative.
Sustained.
Now, a plastic bag is a package, isn't it, sir?
Argumentative.
Overruled.
It can be considered packaging, yes.
And Saperstein says, don't put wet bloodstains in plastic packaging, right?
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
Oh, excuse me, go ahead. Could you restate it?
Saperstein says, don't put wet bloodstains in plastic packages, right?
Misstates the evidence.
Overruled.
My interpretation of what he says in that regard is towards final packaging.
Are you familiar with Forensic Science, An Introduction to Criminalistics by DeForest, Ganslin, and Dr. Henry Lee?
I have looked at portions of that book, yes.
All right. And do you recall what these gentlemen say about packaging wet bloodstains in plastic?
Not specifically, no.
All right. You read some edition of this book?
If the cover hasn't changed, it's probably that edition.
Probably this edition. And you considered this book in forming your opinions as a criminalist with respect to testimony that you've given in this case?
Yes.
I'd like to show you now. Page
One more.
Certainly.
I call your attention on page 245 to this paragraph,
This entire paragraph?
the whole paragraph of that sentence. Now, the section you've just read is a section entitled Collection, Preservation, and Packaging of Blood Evidence.
Yes.
And do not these authors say that garments bearing wet or moist bloodstains should never, and the never is in bold, be sealed in airtight containers such as plastic bags. Under such conditions, the specimens retain their moisture, encouraging bacterial growth.
That's what it says.
Now, Mr. Fung, the danger, would you not agree, of packaging a wet bloodstain in a plastic bag is this problem of bacterial growth.
It promotes bacterial growth, yes.
And what bacteria does when it begins to form in, let's say, a wet stain in a plastic bag, is the bacteria will begin to eat away at the DNA.
It will begin to degrade it.
Yes, the term degrade. Could you tell the jury what the term degrade means?
Degrade, in that sense, means that the genetic proteins or DNA is broken down by the bacteria.
Is it sort of a situation like if you put like milk being spoiled when it's left out for a long time, the bacteria begins to form within it? That be an analogy that you think would be appropriate? Souring milk?
It's a rough analogy.
Okay. And would you not agree, sir, that when biological materials such as wet bloodstains begin to degrade through bacterial contamination, that there is greater danger of cross-contaminating those degraded samples than if the samples had not been degraded?
It's unintelligible, Your Honor.
Now, let me rephrase that because it is unintelligible. I'm sorry.
Sustained.
Sustained and self-censored.
Yes, sustained. I was just reading it myself here.
Right. Let's start it this way. Let us assume that we started with one of these red swatches, such as you took from the Bundy crime scene, and the sample was not degraded. You with me?
Gotcha.
And then, through the process of collection and handling, one got, let's say, blood from another sample and accidentally touched or cross-contaminated the sample you picked up. Are you with me?
So I have a sample collected and another sample touched the first
That's right.
sample.
Right.
Gotcha.
It's that concept we were talking about before of the secondary transfer or cross-contamination.
Okay.
Now, if the sample that you had collected was degraded, right?
Which sample was that?
The sample you originally collected, let us assume it is put in a plastic bag. It is left for 7 or 8 hours. That it is left in a heated condition, and that sample is subjected to bacterial contamination. You with me?
Yes.
And that bacterial contamination would begin to eat away at the original DNA in that sample.
Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of direct expertise, and at this point it's impossible to follow a hypothetical.
Oh, well,
I don't know at what point the bacteria will start to eat away.
Well, at some point, you agree, bacterial contamination will degrade samples.
At some point.
All right? And let us assume for purposes of this hypothetical that if you left a wet blood stain in a plastic bag for 7 hours, that there would be substantial degradation of the original DNA in that stain. Are you with me on this?
This is hypothetical.
Yes.
I'm trying to check this in the proper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to set up a step. Would you agree, sir, that a blood stain which has been degraded through bacterial contamination such that some or most or all of the original DNA has been destroyed is a sample that can be easily cross-contaminated with a degraded such that it has the original DNA in it has been destroyed?
Cross-contamination and degradation are two different concepts.
All right. Sample A. Are you with me now?
Yes.
Let us assume that sample A or swatch A has been degraded and the original DNA has been destroyed by bacteria.
Yes.
Now you take sample B and you get some blood or cellular material from sample B onto sample A. Do you follow that?
You have one degraded sample and one with an undegraded sample?
That has undegraded DNA, yes.
And now what?
And you touch them to each other.
Okay.
That would be a cross-contamination.
Yes.
Such a cross-contamination with a degraded sample presents special dangers, doesn't it?
I don't know what
Overruled.
I don't know what you refer to by special dangers.
Well, wouldn't it be true that if one sample is degraded, sample A, and it is touched by sample B, then the only DNA we're going to have on sample A is the DNA from sample B?
Calls for speculation. beyond the
Sustained.
All right. So as far as you're concerned, the degradation of samples does not present special risks of cross-contamination.
My understanding of degradation and is that the sample or the genetic material within a biological sample will break down. Contamination has to do, or cross-contamination has to do with putting in contact one sample with another.
And,
And they're two different concepts.
well, let's try to merge them. If one sample is degraded and the other one, and that sample is then cross-contaminated, wouldn't you agree there's a special danger there because you would have a more complete contamination?
Sustained. That's vague. Special danger. Counsel, he's testified he hasn't been in the serology section. He's
All right.
not familiar with DNA.
I will leave it.
All right, let's move on.
Were you told
Overruled.
Were you told in your process of, in your lectures on how to collect biological evidence to clean tweezers following each use to avoid cross-contamination?
Yes.
And the way that you were taught to clean the tweezers was just to take distilled water and rub it across the tweezers.
No.
Take distilled water, put it on, how do you clean it?
A Kim wipe or a cotton applicator is wet with distilled water, and the tweezers are wiped with either the Kim wipe or cotton applicator until they are clean.
You say till they look clean.
Until they are clean, yes.
Well, until they, just from a visual inspection, appear to be clean.
Visual inspection and until nothing's coming off of the tweezers.
Well, you have been instructed then that by simply wiping the tweezers with a chem wipe and dampened with distilled water, that would be sufficient to remove DNA from those tweezers. That's what you've been told.
Yes.
Now, if you were with somebody that had a deadly virus, a serious virus, and they just ate something with a spoon, and then you just wipe that spoon with a chem wipe of distilled water, would you be reluctant to then use that spoon to eat?
Irrelevant.
Sustain.
Do you know you know what a virus is?
Irrelevant.
Oh, well, size-wise, it's relevant.
Do I know what a virus is? Yes.
All right, and is a virus really, in some ways, just a sequence of DNA?
I don't know.
Are you familiar with the methods that are used at DNA laboratories to clean tweezers or to cleanse tweezers between touching samples?
No.
Do you know whether they take those tweezers and they literally put them in a Bunsen burner or autoclave them?
Assumes facts, not in evidence.
Oh, well, are you familiar with the techniques?
No.
Proceed.
Has anybody at the Los Angeles Police Department Crime Lab suggested that instead of just cleaning the tweezers with distilled water and chem wipes, that it might be a good idea to get disposable tweezers?
No one's made that suggestion to me.
Now, has anybody told you, well, withdraw, as part of this instruction that you got, with respect to collecting samples for purposes of DNA testing, were you not instructed to collect as much of the stain as possible, especially if RFLP DNA analysis may be necessary as a future analysis?
Collect as much of the stain as possible, yes.
Especially if RFLP DNA analysis be necessary as a future analysis?
The last part of that, I don't recall, but for DNA purposes, I was taught to collect as much of it as possible.
So whether it be RFLP or PCR, as far as you were concerned, your instructions were collect as much of that blood stain as possible for purposes of future DNA testing.
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case.
That's what I attempted to do, yes.
That's what you attempted to do.
Yes.
Now, when you collected the blood stains in this case, withdraw. You were present, you say, on many occasions when Ms. Mazzola was swatching the blood stains in this case.
Yes.
And you put them into plastic bags, the
Yes.
swatches.
Yes.
And then the plastic bags were put inside coin envelopes.
Yes.
And would you agree, sir, that it's very important to keep good documentation of exactly how much evidence you are collecting when you're collecting it? Let me try it another way. Would you not agree that it would be important to count the number of swatches that you or Ms. Mazzola took for each blood stain that you collected?
No.
No?
No.
Well, you did not count the number of swatches you collected for each blood stain, did you?
That's correct.
And each blood stain did not require exactly the same number of swatches.
That's correct.
They varied.
Yes.
Some had more, some had less.
Swatches?
Yes.
Yes.
And you have absolutely no records of how many swatches you put into the plastic bag for any blood stain collected in this case.
The stain is the evidence, not the swatch, so I didn't record the number of swatches.
Well, the stain is the evidence when you first see it, correct?
Yes.
But the stain is transferred to a swatch,
Or swatches.
or swatches, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, the swatches become the evidence that is analyzed.
No. The stain is the important.
Aren't
This-
the swatches that contain the blood the physical item that is eventually taken to the laboratory and analyzed for purposes of DNA testing?
The swatches are a medium to carry the stains.
Well, don't you regard the swatch as evidence?
I consider the stain to be the evidence, and the swatch is merely a vehicle to transport the stains.
It's another form of evidence?
The swatches, another form of evidence?
Yeah. It's a form of evidence?
The stain is the evidence.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on.
You did not, after you put, the only number, the only way you could track the number of swatches was by the photo identification number, isn't that true?
The only way I can track,
Yeah, when you or Miss Mazzola, when Miss Mazzola swatched a blood stain, she put a series of swatches into a plastic bag.
yes.
And the identifying number that was placed on the plastic bag or the coin envelope was the photo identification number.
Yes.
That's because you didn't have item numbers when you were collecting the samples on June 13th.
Overbroad as to which seems.
Rephrase the question.
As far as Bundy was concerned, for each blood drop at Bundy, all you had was a photo identification number. Is that right?
For the evidence, yes.
Yes. So that's how you kept track of it. There was a bag, it had a 117 on it, and a certain number of swatches were put into it.
We also measured and had it photographed.
All right? But in terms, when you walked away from the scene, all you had was a plastic bag and a coin envelope with a photo ID number on it.
Yes.
And you did not write down on the plastic bag the number of swatches that were put into it.
No.
And you did not write down on the coin envelope the number of swatches that were put into it.
No.
And when you got back to the laboratory, you told us about a procedure whereby you removed swatches from plastic bags.
Yes.
And when you removed the swatches from the plastic bag, you made no notation about how many swatches you were removing from one of those plastic bags and coin envelopes.
That's correct.
And when you put the swatches into a test tube, you made no notes as to how many swatches you were putting into one of those test tubes.
That's correct.
And when you took the swatches out of the test tube and they were put into bindles, you made no notation of how many swatches you were putting into the bindles.
Senator, at this point, it's argumentative. You said he didn't vote it.
Overruled.
That's correct.
So you have absolutely no records from the time that the swatches were collected at Bundy to the time that they were put into those bindles as to how many swatches there were for each blood drop.
That's correct, because the stain is the evidence, not the swatches.
And you had no count on those swatches.
That's right.
And isn't it part of your responsibility in collecting evidence to maintain a chain of custody?
Yes.
And wouldn't you agree, as part of that chain of custody, it was important to know how many swatches you had when you first collected the stain and how many swatches you had when you got to the lab?
They used to term chain of custody.
Sustained.
Chain of custody is what, sir, in your opinion?
The chain of custody is recording when you take custody of an item of evidence and when you release the item of evidence and to whom and at what time.
And included within chain of custody is trying to make a record so you can be assured that you have, at a later point in time, exactly the same items that you first collected.
No, that's not exactly right.
It's not part of the chain of custody concept to keep track of the number of swatches in case some of them might get lost.
Could you repeat the question?
Wouldn't you consider it important from the point of view of chain of custody to keep track of the number of swatches that you first collected and the number of swatches that you delivered to the criminalists, because some swatches could get lost?
Compound.
Oh, well,
As long as I took care to handle the evidence properly, I wouldn't count the swatches.
Well, if you collected, or Ms. Mazzola collected 6 swatches for item 49, and 4 swatches were delivered to the criminalist, you would have no way of knowing whether 2 of them were missing, would you? Because you have no count.
It's irrelevant, Your Honor.
oh, well.
That's correct.
And you would have no way of knowing, because you have no count, whether somebody switched swatches before they went to the analyst.
The items of evidence were in our custody. And I don't think anybody had the opportunity to switch
In terms of counts, you would have no idea.
in terms of count alone.
Yeah, in terms of count.
In terms of count,
And isn't it true that each of these little red swatches looks just like the other one?
Vague is to the term just like.
Sustained.
Do these swatches look like each other? Little red pieces of cloth.
Still vague.
Oh, well.
they're not exactly alike.
Well, could you take a look at these swatches that you collected on, in the morning at Bundy, and look at them later and tell just by looking at them that these were the same swatches that you originally collected?
No,
No way of doing that, right?
no,
And have you heard of the term fungible evidence?
no.
The notion that there are certain kinds of evidence that because each of the pieces look like each other, you can't tell them apart?
I've never heard that term before.
Never heard that term. Be fair to say, Mr. Fung, that just by looking at them, you couldn't tell the Rockingham swatches from the Bundy swatches?
By looking at just swatches alone,
Just looking at swatches alone.
well, it would be very difficult. I don't think I could do it.
No one could do it.
Maybe somebody could do it, but not me.
Your Honor, I'm about to move into a new line. Do you want me to start that?
Thought you were going to conclude this morning. Proceed.
Now, Mr. Fung, you indicated that you performed a phenotest, a phenolphthalein test, a presumptive test on the Rockingham glove.
Yes,
And in your opinion, was it absolutely necessary to do a phenolphthalein test on the Rockingham glove on the morning of June 13th?
it was important to the investigator.
Well,
So
I'm
I
sorry.
did perform it.
Well, when you say it was important to the investigator, you mean Detective Van Adder told you that you should do it?
Yes,
Right? And did you say to him, it's better not to manipulate evidence at the scene it's good to leave it as much as one can in an undisturbed condition so that it can later be analyzed in a proper setting back at the laboratory?
I didn't state that to him, no.
Well, you believe that, don't you?
Yes.
And he asked you to do a phenotest on that Rockingham glove, and you didn't say to him, you didn't question his judgment about whether that should be done.
It was a reasonable request.
When you say a reasonable request, you did not perform a presumptive test on the cap at Bundy, did you?
No, I did not.
And when you were asked at the preliminary hearing why you didn't perform the test, a presumptive test on the hat at Bundy, you said, because it's best not to manipulate the evidence and leave it in as much in an undisturbed condition as possible so it could later be analyzed at the proper setting back at the laboratory.
Yes, I said that.
And you believe that when you manipulate evidence at the scene, valuable trace evidence can be lost.
Yes.
And so what you try to do generally is leave it as undisturbed as possible by packaging and bringing it back to the lab.
Yes, when
But-
possible.
Well, in this case, wouldn't it have been possible to just put that Rockingham glove into a package and take it back to the lab?
I felt that by applying a wet cotton swab to a stained area of the glove, that it would be minimally invasive to the evidence.
Well, couldn't you make that argument for the hat too then?
That's argumentative.
Sustained.
Isn't that what you would have done to the hat? Put the swab onto the hat and then try to perform a test on it?
If Detective Lang had requested me to do so, I don't think I would have objected.
So in other words, in your opinion, it's best not to manipulate the items at the scene by doing presumptive tests, in your judgment as a criminalist, but if the detective asks you to do so, you're just going to do it.
It's overbroad.
Sustained.
Well, in other words, if Detective Lang, you're saying, had asked you to perform a presumptive test on the hat, you would have done it, notwithstanding your judgment that it's best not to manipulate evidence at the scene.
That's correct, because that, by doing that, it would not compromise the evidence.
Then why did you say in the grand jury, when asked, why you did not perform a presumptive test on the hat, you went on to talk about how you didn't do it because it's best not to manipulate the evidence at the scene.
Ideally, that is the case.
And why didn't, but you didn't turn to Detective Lang and say, you really shouldn't be asked, withdrawn. You didn't turn to Detective Van Adder and say, Detective Van Adder, this is an important piece of evidence, this Rockingham glove. It would be best to take it back to the lab and analyze it carefully.
That was not the case.
You did not say that to him.
I did not say that, and it's not true.
It's not true that it's an important piece of evidence?
It's not true that by performing a phenolphthalein test on the glove that any trace evidence or any other type of damage, relevant damage, would be done to the glove.
Well, if that's true, why don't you perform presumptive tests on every piece of evidence?
It's not necessary to do so.
But it was necessary here because the detective asked you.
That's correct.
How much more do you have, Mr. Scheck?
Oh, I have the afternoon, Your Honor.
Last time we spoke, you said it was the morning.
No, I didn't. I specifically said it would be the day.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our recess for the afternoon at this time. Please remember my admonitions to you. Do not, let's have it quiet in the courtroom, please. Please remember my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. You are not to form any opinions about the case. You are not to allow anybody to communicate with you with regard to the case. Do not conduct any deliberations with regard to the case. I'm advised by the sheriff's deputies that over the weekend at one of the outings, somebody from a band from one of the universities here in Southern California attempted to communicate with you with regards to this case. You were to disregard that attempt to communicate with you. It was something that should not have happened. I think you will take, for what it's worth, the source of that attempt and treat it accordingly. Disregard it. All right, we'll stand in recess 1:30. Jury panel, Mr. Dennis Fung is again on the witness stand, undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded you are still under oath, sir. And Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you very much, Howard. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Good afternoon, Mr. Fung. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon.
Let's move on to the search of the Bronco on June 14th. You testified on direct examination that on the morning of June 14th, you and Ms. Mazzola conducted a search of Mr. Simpson's Ford Bronco.
Yes.
And about what time did you commence to do that, sir?
We started at about 10:30 in the morning.
And before you went to search the Bronco, you were over at the SID headquarters, so to speak?
At the crime lab, yes.
The crime lab. And that's on 555 Ramirez Street?
Yes, it is.
And how far away is the print shed from there?
About a mile.
And did you drive from the crime laboratory to the print shed?
Yes.
And about how long do you think that took?
5 minutes.
So about what time do you believe you left the crime laboratory?
Approximately 10:15, 10:20.
Now, you told us on direct examination that you needed the assistance of a detective to open the Bronco.
Yes.
And this is a detective from a certain division of the Los Angeles Police Department?
Yes.
And what is that division?
I believe the detective was from Burglary Auto Division.
And is that sometimes referred to as BAD or BAD on forms?
Yes.
And this detective, do you recall who this individual was?
I'm sorry, I do not.
Did this individual have to sign in before coming to the print shed and opening the Bronco?
No.
To your knowledge, is there any record of this person's presence at the print shed?
No.
Now, you said that this individual came and opened the Bronco with what's known as a Slim Jim.
Yes.
Could you describe that for us?
It's a thin piece of metal, approximately 2.5 feet in length, and it's slightly rigid.
And this detective just takes this Slim Jim and pushes it down between the window and the car door in the area of the lock, pulls it out, and the door's open.
Well, no foundation that this witness knows how to do that.
Overruled. What did you observe?
That's what I observed.
Took a matter of seconds.
He worked at it for a little while.
Well, 30 seconds, a minute?
Somewhere in that time frame. Yes.
All right, so 30 seconds to a minute to open that door with the Slim Jim, in and out.
Roughly, yes.
And you've seen other detectives do that, haven't you?
I've seen other people do it, yes.
Well, I object to witness's answer. Make a motion.
Overruled.
Now, you also conducted a search of the Bronco on June 28th.
Yes.
And by that time, the Bronco had been moved from the print shed and taken to a place called Vertel's.
Say June 28th?
Yes, June 28th.
Yes.
Now, you made out reports with respect to both searches, the search on June 14th and the search on June 28th.
Property reports, or is that what you're referring to?
A form called a vehicle search checklist.
Yes.
This is a form that's similar to the crime scene checklist,
Except it's applied towards vehicles, yes.
except it's applied to vehicles. And on the crime scene checklist, withdrawn, on the vehicle search checklist, on page 3, there is a box or a line where you're supposed to indicate how the vehicle is opened.
Your Honor, we didn't ask anything about June 28th, it's beyond the scope.
Sustain.
Your Honor, I believe that...
Sidebar.
Sure.
All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
As we were saying, Mr. Fung, on June 28th, you went to this place called Vertel's, is that correct?
Yes.
And could you tell the jury what Vertel's is?
Vertel's is a police impound lot.
And where is that located?
It's on Temple Street in Rampart Division, I believe.
And you're aware of the fact that on June 15th, the Bronco was towed from the print shed to Vertel's.
I don't know when the exact date it was towed, but it was towed.
All right. By the time you went back on June 28th, however, the Bronco was in Vertel's, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And at that time, you needed to open the Bronco again to conduct a further search.
On the 28th?
On the 28th.
On the 28th, I believe it was unlocked.
Well, on the 28th, you were going back there to search for the shovel, the plastic bag, and the towel.
Yes.
And you filled out a vehicle search checklist for that search on the 28th.
Yes, I did.
And you have it there before you, do you not, sir?
Yes, I do.
And in the box which indicates how opened, you wrote BADDETS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Do you have that page in front of you right now?
Yes, I do.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I take the piece of paper out of the witness's book and put it on the Elmo?
Is that the original, Mr. Fung?
No, it is not.
Or
It's a copy.
do you have a clean copy?
I don't have a clean copy at the moment. I would prefer the original, if that's...
Well, if the witness is referring to it while we're having testimony, go ahead and
Yes.
use what he has, if you have a clean copy. Is yours a clean copy, Mr. Fung?
Somewhat, yes. There's no writing on it,
All right.
additional writing.
No, Mr. Fung indicates that this is a clean copy without any additional writing. Why don't you use his copy?
Now, this is June 28th, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, and you indicate on your crime scene checklist how opened, and you wrote down BAD detectives.
Yes,
So that would be the burglary auto detectives detail?
yes,
And that's June 28th, correct?
that's right.
All right. Now, would you turn and look at your vehicle search checklist for June 14th? I'd like to put a copy of the, have a clean copy.
All right. Do you want to mark the one
Yes.
from June 28th?
The page from the vehicle search checklist for June 28th is 1085, and the vehicle search checklist page from the June 14th is 1086.
All right. And what we will do is return the original to Mr. Fung, and I'll have my staff make a photocopy for the record. All right, Mr. Harris. Do we have a copy for the record?
Yes.
Mr. Harris, did you capture that last?
No.
All right. Just trying to protect your record, counsel.
Thank you very much. Now, looking at the June 14th vehicle search checklist, in the box indicating how opened, you left that blank. Is that correct?
Yes,
But it's your testimony that the BAD detectives did not assist you on June 28th, but they did assist you on June 14th?
yes,
When you fill out these vehicle search checklists, you do it contemporaneously as the events are happening, do you not?
not always, no.
Well, do you fill it out soon after the events of the search?
I fill out the evidence collection sheet contemporaneously, and I'll fill in other portions later.
Well, would you have waited, or did you wait to fill out the vehicle search checklist, page 3 on June 14th, the one that's right up on the screen? Did you wait until June 28th to fill that out, or did you fill it out sometime before?
Misstates the evidence of this checklist from 14.
Sustain.
This checklist concerns the search you conducted on the 14th.
Yes, it does.
What date did you fill out page 3 of that, to the best of your recollection?
I don't recall.
Would it have been a week later?
Could have been.
Would it have been 2 weeks later?
Could have been.
It's your testimony that you actually waited until June 28th to fill out the vehicle search checklist for the search you conducted on June 14th?
It may have been later.
Well, when did you fill out the vehicle search checklist for June 28th?
I filled out portions of that on June 28th.
Well, let's talk about the how open box. Did you fill that one out on June 28th?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Mr. Fung, isn't it possible that you're confused between June 14th and June 28th, and that the BAD detectives actually came on June 28th, as your records indicate, and not June 14th?
I recall the BAD detective being at the print shed, and I do not recall a BAD detective being at Fertel's.
Well, would you agree, sir, that in terms of the checklists, the forms that you're supposed to fill out to keep your recollection fresh for future testimony, that the forms indicate that the BAD detectives came on the 28th, not the 14th?
That's what the forms indicate.
So do you concede it's even possible, sir, that you didn't need any detectives to open that door for you on June 14th?
No, sir, the Bronco was locked on June 14th.
And you're saying that because of your own independent recollection, not because you think that that's testimony that the prosecution would like to have in this case?
That's from my recollection,
Notwithstanding what your forms show.
in spite of what my forms show.
You need to make a photocopy of that for the record, counsel. We did? All right, 1085.
So to sum it all up with one last question, your testimony is your forms are wrong.
That portion is incorrect, yes.
All right. Now, when you went about your search on June 14th, without telling us what was said, did either Detective Lang or Van Adder share with you a theory that the killer had walked out of the rear gate at Bundy and entered the Bronco? Without telling us what they said, did they shared a theory to that effect with you?
Overruled. You can answer the question.
Could you repeat what
Sure.
the theory?
Without telling us what was said, did either Detective Lang or Detective Van Adder share with you a theory that they had that the killer had walked out of Bundy through the rear gate and entered the Bronco in the alley?
I don't know if there was a direct conversation, but that's what I inferred.
So in other words, there was some discussion of what we called before crime scene reconstruction that guided you in terms of your search.
Overruled.
It gave us an indication of where to possibly look for additional evidence.
Now, without telling us what was said, did either Detective Lang or Detective Van Adder share with you Mr. Simpson's June 13th explanation about bleeding in the Bronco on the evening of June 12th?
Object, assumes facts not known.
Sustained.
Well, did Detective Van Adder or Lang share with you anything to guide your search that derived from their conversations with Mr. Simpson on June 13th?
Calls for hearsay and speculation.
Sustained. Assumes facts that aren't in evidence.
Now, when you conducted the search of the Bronco at the print shed, you were there for 3 hours,
Approximately.
and there was no press there?
Well, there's camera shots of it, but they weren't in the immediate vicinity on the 14th.
You allowed press photographers into the print shed when you were conducting the search?
I didn't see them, but they must have had a lens that was very high-powered telephoto lens.
There were, what, you mean you've seen press clippings or footage of your work in the Bronco since on June 14th?
Certain portions were captured by the news media, yes.
Well, as far as you knew at the time, however, when you were conducting the search on June 14th, you didn't see any press people inside the print shed when you were doing your work.
They weren't anywhere near there.
Okay. And so they were not distracting you in any way?
I was quite surprised when I saw it.
And there were no high-ranking police officials looking over your shoulder when you were conducting this search on June 14th?
What do you mean by high ranking?
Well, what's a high rank to you?
Chief?
Chief, okay. Were there any, were there any other police officials looking over your shoulder when you were doing the search of the Bronco on June 14th?
Detective Watts was present.
That's it?
There was a photographer, Criminalist Mazzola, and I believe a print person was present also.
Incidentally, on what news station did you see this footage of you working, searching the Bronco on June 14th?
I don't remember what station it was.
Was that something you saw on television or something that the district attorney showed you?
It was something from television.
And this was around the time of June 14th?
This was that night.
That night? You don't remember which station? Okay. Now, you knew the search of this Bronco was important, did you not?
Yes.
And you were trying to do as complete a job as you possibly could.
I was trying to get the biological evidence during that crime scene.
And you were trying to do a complete job of getting the biological evidence, if any were there in the Bronco.
I was trying to get a representative sample of the blood that was present, yes.
Well, weren't you looking for every red stain you could find, anywhere you could find it?
I do not try to collect every stain present at a crime scene or in a vehicle. I will attempt to collect a representative sample of the evidence or blood, in this case, that's there.
It wasn't your intention, when you were doing this search of the Bronco on June 14th, to collect every red stain you could find in that vehicle?
Your Honor, it's asked and answered, argumentative.
Overruled.
I tried to collect a representative sample of the red stains that were in that vehicle.
Mr. Fung, are you saying that you tried to collect a representative sample because you have seen subsequent pictures of the Bronco and there's, in some places, just as many red stains 3 months later as when you conducted your search?
Assumes facts not in evidence.
Sustain.
You knew when you were conducting your search of the Bronco that any red stains you found there would be subject to future DNA analysis.
I believe some of them could be, yes.
Well, when you were conducting the search, you were operating on that premise, were you not? That any red stain you found in that vehicle would subsequently, or could subsequently, be subject to DNA analysis.
It had not been the practice of the LAPD to submit every sample to DNA processing, so the answer is no.
You mean you thought that some might be sent for DNA analysis and some might not be?
Those stains which had ample material present and were suitable for DNA testing would have been sent on, yes.
Well, and were you not instructed that any stain that you were collecting for purposes of DNA analysis, that it was your instructions to get as much of that as you could?
Stains collected for DNA analysis, yes.
Well, when you were conducting the search of the red stains that you found in the Bronco, did you decide, well, this stain, that they're going to use for DNA, but this stain, they won't?
When there is a larger stain, I will try to collect as much of it, and I will try to get, for smaller stains, I will collect those also.
So isn't it fair to say, sir, that when you were conducting this search on June 14th, you had no idea which of these the laboratory would want to use for DNA analysis and which they wouldn't?
That would be up to the serologist to decide.
That wasn't your decision to make, right?
Up to a certain point, it would be my decision because I would decide which bloodstains to collect.
Well, as you were conducting this search, did you take the position that you saw a blood stain, but you didn't think it was particularly relevant, so you weren't going to collect it?
If I had collected a blood stain near it that was representative of that area, I would have left the other stain.
Is it one of the things that you were instructed to do when collecting blood stains is that if you find more than one distinct stain, they should be treated as different stains and collected separately? Isn't that something you were instructed to do?
That is up to the discretion of the person collecting the evidence.
So it's your testimony that you took it upon yourself when you were conducting this search of the Bronco on June 14th not to collect as much as you could of certain red stains. You were making that decision.
I would collect a representative sample, yes.
In your 10 times reviewing your testimony with Mr. Goldberg, did the issue come up of not collecting stains in the Bronco on June 14th?
Well, this states the testimony did say they didn't collect any.
Rephrase the question.
In your preparation sessions with Mr. Goldberg, did the issue arise of the completeness of your swatching of red stains on June 14th?
We touched on it briefly, yes.
Briefly?
Yes.
What's brief? How many, was it an hour discussion?
Less.
Half hour?
Less.
In the course of that discussion, did the two of you decide that it would be a good thing to use this phrase, representative sample, to explain your failure or apparent failure to collect stains on June 14th?
That has always been my term.
Your turn. I'm about to show showed Mr. Goldberg two photographs.
Have we marked these already?
I believe, actually, I'll ask them to be separately marked for his defense exhibits, but I believe that they're pictures that are on the board of the prosecution.
All right, proceed.
Okay, we'd like to look at this one first. Now, that is a photograph of the console that was taken at your direction on June 14th.
Yes, it is.
All right? And there's one smear there that's 30, that's labeled 30. Which one is that? Could you indicate that to us? Carl, yours doesn't. Maybe I can help you out here. Maybe I can't. No. Oh, there we go. Do you see where that red, is that stain, is that smear that I'm circling there, 30?
That's the area, parent area,
Of 30. Is that correct?
in that general location.
Indicating just to the left of the marker.
Of the
30.
marker that says 30?
That's correct.
And it extends from the console top down below it, is that correct?
It's hard to tell from the photograph, but it is in that general location.
And then 31 was a smear that you found at the rear of the console in the area that I'm circling now that's just below the evidence tag that says 31.
Yes.
Okay?
All right, do we want to mark this photograph separately?
Yes, I asked that this photograph be marked 10. 1090, I believe.
I thought I had 87. I have 1087? 1087.
Now, this is a picture of June 14th, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this picture is taken before you swatched stains from the console of the Bronco.
Yes.
In other words, after the photograph is taken, you entered the vehicle with some swatches. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you went to the smears labeled 30 and 31, and following instructions, you tried to get as much as you could because you knew that there would be subsequent DNA analysis of those smears.
Misstates the testimony.
That's not what
Sustained.
I...
Rephrase the question.
All right? Did you swatch stain 30?
Yes, I did.
And when you swatched stain 30, didn't you think that that would be a sample that would be used for subsequent DNA analysis?
I did not think it was a good candidate for DNA analysis.
You did not think... Withdrawn. Mr. Fung, I thought you told us that you didn't consider yourself a DNA person,
I'm not.
that you had not been through serology,
That's correct.
that you had no particular expertise, you had limited knowledge, to use your words, of DNA analysis,
Yes.
that you had had a brief course in what one should do in collecting bloodstains for purposes of DNA analysis.
A brief lecture.
Brief lecture. But part of that brief lecture, withdrawn, part of the oral instructions that you had gotten on how to collect stains for DNA analysis was to get as much as you could of a sample when you thought it might be for future DNA analysis, correct?
Blood stains collected for DNA analysis require, from the training I got, a lot of blood, and this was not a lot of blood, so I did not think that it was a good candidate for DNA testing.
So it's your position that because it wasn't a lot of blood, you decided not to swatch as much of it as you could?
I got a representative sample from it.
Well, doesn't it follow that if you're going to be conducting DNA analysis and you have a small sample, that you would want to get absolutely all of it to give the best possible chance to get a result?
Could you repeat the question?
Sure. As far as you knew from the oral instructions you got, isn't it true that when swatching a sample for purposes of subsequent DNA analysis that was comparatively small, you would want to make sure to get absolutely all of it to make sure there was something available for testing?
If that swatch was for DNA testing, yes.
Well, Mr. Fung, is it your testimony that you looked at the smear that's number 30, and you decided on your own on June 14th, Edford tells, that this smear was not going to be used for DNA testing, therefore you were free not to follow your instructions and collect it all?
Misstates the testimony, that's also compound.
Overruled.
As to Vertels, Your Honor,
this stain?
Right, I'm sorry. This was
Rephrase
at the
the
print
question.
shed. Is it your testimony that you took it upon yourself when swatching stain 30 on June 14th to disregard your previous instructions to get as much of the sample as you could because you decided that this stain wouldn't be a candidate for DNA testing?
I did not feel that stain was a good candidate for DNA testing.
And you felt competent and secure in this case to make that decision without consulting anybody on the morning of June 14th?
I did not consult anybody, no.
Well, I asked you, did you feel competent and secure in doing that?
Yes.
Let's look at number 31. Is your answer the same with respect to number 31?
What's the question?
The question is, looking at number 31, weren't you operating on the assumption that it was your responsibility to collect as much of that stain as you possibly could? Because it could be used for future DNA analysis.
I was trying to collect a representative sample of 31 also.
So in other words, for 31, you also decided on your own, wasn't a good candidate for DNA testing, and therefore you didn't have to collect it all. Is that your testimony?
I collected a representative sample of 31 also.
Or you didn't attempt to collect it all, or is that what you're telling us?
I did not collect it all, no.
Now, this is a picture of the console that Mr. Goldberg showed you on direct examination, but it was in that chart, right?
I don't recall the exact picture.
Well, do you
I'd have to
recall
see.
this as being a picture of the console? You've seen withdrawn. You've seen pictures of the console that were taken on August 26th, have you not?
I'm not sure of the date, but I have seen this picture. I don't know if it's the picture that's on the board, though.
And it's your understanding that this picture or pictures like it of the console that you've been shown were taken on August 26th?
I don't know the date.
Well, you knew they were taken some 3 months after you did swatching.
They were taken sometime after I was done with my initial search, yes.
And were there discussions with you that it looked as though, withdrawn, you see where it says 303 in this picture?
Yes.
All right. Now, if one assumes that 303 refers to the smear to the left of it that runs from the top of the console down below, just to the left of what is marked 306, does that appear to be a stain in exactly the same position as stain number 30 that you identified on June 14th?
It's in the same relative position, yes.
And as far as looking at it, does it look any different to you in this picture than what you saw on June 14th?
The lighting conditions are much better.
All right. So it looked like there's any less stain there.
That wouldn't be fair to make a comparison from the lighting conditions on June 14th and the lighting conditions back in the laboratory.
Mr. Scheck, you want to mark this photo?
Yes. This is,
1088?
1088. And the spot that's labeled 304, that red stain area, is that in the same position as the one that was marked, that you marked as 31 on June 14th?
It's in the same relative area.
And does it appear to have as much red stain, taken into account lighting conditions, but the best you can tell from this picture, as what you saw on June 14th before you even began swatching?
The lighting conditions are so different that it's just a different thing. I can't really compare it. I know
Now-
that I did collect blood from that area, though.
At some point, before you came to testify in this case, did you have discussions with anybody at the SID laboratory about the fact that stains that you identified on June 14th on the console seemed to reappear in August of 1994?
It's argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you have any discussions with anyone at SID about the fact that stains which you said you swatched on June 14th were still present on August 26th?
Yes.
Spoke to Michelle Kessler about that?
Yes.
When did you speak to her?
I don't recall the exact date.
Was it between June and August?
I don't recall the exact time frame. It was shortly after she had done a search.
She had done a search
Well, she participated in one, yes.
of the Bronco.
Yes.
And did you discuss this with anybody else in the laboratory besides Michelle Kessler?
Mr. Matheson was also present.
All right. And where did this conversation take place?
This took place in her office, Miss Kessler's office, Mrs. Kessler's office.
Was it in the month of August, do you recall?
I don't recall the exact
In the
month.
month of September?
I don't know.
Was it prior, how long was it prior to coming in here and testifying?
Months.
All right. And it was before you began your preparation sessions with the district attorney's office?
Yes.
And let's take a look at the bottom of this exhibit. You see another red stain that's labeled 305. See that?
Yes.
Did you see that on June 14th?
I don't recall if I did or not. I didn't mark it down as something I was going to collect, though.
Well, when you conducted this search of the Bronco on June 14th, did you search the front seat area?
The front seat area?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
The driver's seat,
Yes.
the passenger seat,
Yes.
between the seats?
What do you mean between?
I mean between the driver's and the
You
passenger
mean
seat.
the console area?
The console area?
Yes, I did look
Both
at the
sides of
console.
it?
Yes.
Did you look under the driver's seat from the front?
Yes, I did.
Did you look under the passenger seat from the front?
Yes, I did.
Did you look under the passenger seat from the back area?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Did you look under the driver's seat from the back area?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Did you get into the back area, the back seat area of the Bronco when you were conducting this search?
At a later portion, yes, I did.
And you saw some red stains on this console, did you not? On June 14th?
I did see red stains on the console, yes.
And when seeing red stains on the console, didn't you then examine that console as carefully as you could, simply because you saw some red stains on it?
I examined the console for red stains.
Examine it carefully.
I examined it for red stains.
You won't say you examined it carefully?
What do you mean by carefully?
With care.
Yes.
And, Mr. Fung, has it been suggested to you that there's a potential contradiction between the fact that you collected stains on June 14th, but there are more stains on August 26th than there were on June 14th?
As soon as that's done, that is
Was there any discussion with you about how you should answer questions about these red stains and their appearance on June 14th and August 26th with members of the District Attorney's Office?
We touched on the subject briefly, but not very long.
Did you have discussions with Michelle Kessler about how you should testify on this subject?
No.
Did you have discussions with Greg Matheson about how you should testify on this subject?
No.
Did anybody express concern to you that if you had followed if the jury were to believe you followed your instructions on collecting stains for DNA analysis?
I don't like where this question's going.
You can tell. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll withdraw it. Was there any discussion with you by personnel at SID that if you had followed the instructions for collecting stains for purposes of DNA analysis, this red stain that is 31 on June 14th and 303 on August 26th shouldn't have been there on August 26th?
They did indicate that they would have liked me to collect more of the stain.
They? Who's they?
Miss Kessler and Mr. Matheson.
Well, did they indicate to you that if you took the position that you had followed expected procedures, that the stain found on August 26th shouldn't have been there?
They didn't say that, no.
Did they express any concern about that?
They did say they did want to know why all of the stain wasn't gone by the time they got there.
When you went back to the Bronco on June 28th to get the shovel and the plastic bag and the towel, did you see the red stains on the console?
I didn't look at
When
at
you
the-
finished your
Hold on,
analysis...
Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you need to let him finish his answer.
I thought he did, I'm sorry.
I didn't
You
look.
finished,
No, I wasn't finished.
I'm sorry.
I did not look specifically at the console on that date.
When you finished your analysis of the Bronco on June 14th, finished collecting the stains, did you go back to SID?
Yes,
Did you fill out a report about what you had collected?
a property report, yes.
Well, did you filled out this vehicle search checklist report?
Filled out portions of it, yes.
You went back and you discussed with Greg Matheson what you had found in the Bronco
That day,
that day.
I don't know if I discussed it with him, what I collected that day or not.
Did you discuss it with him? That would be June 14th, correct?
Yes.
In the afternoon of June 14th, did you go back and have any discussions with Greg Matheson about what you'd found?
At the Bronco.
Yeah.
I don't recall if it was that afternoon or not.
Would it have been the 15th?
It may have been.
So either on the 14th or the 15th, you went back and you had a conversation with Mr. Matheson about what you'd found.
Yes.
Did you have a conversation with Ms. Michelle Kessler about what you found?
No.
When you went back and had your conversation with Mr. Matheson, did you tell him that you'd found red stains in the Bronco?
Yes.
And did you tell him that you'd swatched some of the red stains from the console, but you didn't get it all?
I didn't state that, no.
Did you tell him that you left red stains in the console?
No.
Is it your testimony that you really left those red stains in the console, the ones that are in the position of 31 and 30 on June 14th, 303 and 304 on August 26th? You just knowingly left them there.
I collected representative samples from them.
And you did not tell anybody, when you went back to the crime lab, that you just collected representative samples and left most of those stains still on the console.
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, you never saw the stain in the position of that's marked in this photograph, 305?
I didn't make a note of it.
Did you swatch anything from that?
From 305?
Yeah.
No, not that area.
Did you see it and decide not to swatch something? Is that your testimony?
I'm saying that's what may have happened.
And you're saying that's what may have happened because if 305 weren't there on June 14th, but it were there on August 26th, that wouldn't be very good, would it?
Sustain.
Well, did anybody express concern to you about the possibility that if 305 weren't there on June 14th, but it was there on August 26th, that would raise serious concerns at SID?
No one said that to me, no.
Now, Mr. Fung, on June 28th, were you involved in the execution of a search warrant at Mr. Simpson's residence at Rockingham?
Yes.
And, just give me a moment, Your Honor, if you might. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
The jury a chance to stand and stretch if they like.
That's true. Thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you go ahead and take a stretch if you like. Audience can do so silently, Ms. Feldy. I just excused one of the jurors for a comfort break, so go ahead and search all you like.
Thank you. Now, on June 28th, you were part of a search team to go back and execute a search warrant at Mr. Simpson's property at Rockingham.
Beyond the scope.
This is foundational, Your Honor.
All right,
Go
I'll
get
allow a
that
few questions, but let me see where we're going here.
Were you not?
Yes,
And you attended a briefing that morning before you went and executed the warrant.
yes,
And you were instructed to look for a particular knife, were you not?
Your Honor, I have checked that's beyond the scope.
All right, let me see counsel with court report, please. All right, thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Guess I didn't have to look so much. Mr. Fung, let me take you back to June 13th. You began your day by conducting a search at Rockingham,
yes,
and then you left and went to Bundy.
yes,
Then you came back to Rockingham.
yes.
And when you came back to Rockingham, about what time was that?
Approximately 3:30.
And, excuse me, your instructions when you came back to Rockingham was to participate in the execution of a search warrant,
Yes.
to participate in a search.
Yes.
And you had just come from a very bloody crime scene at Bundy.
Yes.
And when you came back to Rockingham, you were looking for, if you could find it, bloody shoes.
Upon returning to Rockingham, we were looking for any items that could have possible blood on them.
And that would include bloody shoes.
Yes.
It would include bloody pants.
Yes.
It would include a bloody shirt.
Yes.
It would include loose hairs that you might find that were covered in blood.
Again, we were looking for items with blood on them,
Well, that would include hairs that might be covered in blood.
possibly.
That would include fibers that might be covered in blood.
Possibly.
That would include flakes of dry blood.
Yes.
Any trace, the smallest trace of blood evidence you were searching for within Mr. Simpson's residence.
We were searching for items of blood.
And that would include the smallest trace of blood you could find anywhere in Mr. Simpson's residence.
No, not the smallest trace, no.
Not the smallest trace.
No.
Well, when you entered Mr. Simpson's residence in Rockingham and went up towards the master bedroom, you had to go up a stairwell.
Yes.
And there are 16 steps on that stairwell.
I didn't count them.
Something on that order?
Something around there, yes.
And those steps are covered in a white carpet.
I don't recall what the steps were covered in.
Well, it was a light-covered carpet.
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Well, when you went up towards Mr. Simpson's master bedroom, up that stairwell, you were looking for traces of blood, if you could find it, on the ground.
All over that area, yes.
And you found no trace of wet blood on that carpet.
That's correct.
You found no flakes of dried blood on that white carpet.
That's correct.
You found no hairs or fibers covered in wet or dried blood on that carpet.
That's correct.
And then you proceeded up those stairs and you walked down a hallway towards the master bedroom.
Yes.
And that was covered in the same kind of carpet.
I don't recall the carpet or what kind of carpet was there.
You saw no trace of wet blood on that carpet,
No.
of dried, flaking blood on that carpet.
That's correct.
On the banister or the walls of that stairwell, did you see any trace of wet or dried blood?
I did not detect any blood on that area.
And you were looking when you went up that stairwell for any hair or fiber evidence that could be associated with the Bundy scene.
Not fiber evidence, no.
Hair evidence.
If it was apparent, I would have seen it.
None apparent.
That's correct.
None that you could see.
None that I detected.
None that Ms. Mazzola brought to your attention.
That's correct.
None that any of the detectives brought to your attention.
That's correct.
And then you got to Mr. Simpson's master bedroom.
Yes.
And you were looking for bloody clothing in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom.
Yes.
Bloody towels,
Any object with blood on it.
bloody bed sheets,
If possibly, yes.
Your Honor, I'd like to have this picture marked as defendant's next in order.
1089.
Yes, another one that I asked to be marked is 1090.
All right, photo 1090.
Show you these two photographs. You recognize 1089 and 1090.
That appears to be the Rockingham address, stairwell, and hallway leading to the master bedroom.
It's a fair and accurate representation of the general layout of the stairwell and the hallway leading to the master bedroom as you saw it on June 14th.
Is it June 14th?
As it was on June 13th, I'm sorry.
It was on June 13th. That's fairly accurate, yes.
All right, Mr. Scheck, is 89 the stairwell and 90 the hallway?
Yes.
All right.
Briefly show those. That's 1089, that's the stairwell, is it not, Mr. Fung?
Yes,
And would you agree that's a white or light-colored carpet?
it is a light-colored carpet.
And now showing you 1090, sir, and that's the same kind of carpet leading into the master bedroom.
It appears to be.
Now, when you entered the master bedroom, I think we were saying you were looking for bloody clothes.
Those were among the items of evidence we were looking for, yes.
And the truth is, sir, that on June 13th, you found no blood on any clothes in Mr. Simpson's bedroom.
I personally found blood on any clothes?
Yes.
I did not detect blood on any of the clothes, no.
And did you detect any blood on light switches,
No.
doorknobs?
No.
Did you conduct a search of the sink trap in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom?
Yes, I did.
And did you perform a phenolphthalein presumptive test on the sink trap in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom?
Yes.
On the grounds previously stated.
Noted, overruled.
And that test came out negative for blood, for the presence of blood.
That's correct.
Now, you saw two socks in front of Mr. Simpson's bed?
Yes, I did.
And these socks were placed right in front of his bed?
They were in the middle of a throw rug area.
And did they have the appearance to you that someone had just left them there hurriedly?
Sustained.
Well, as you saw those socks, did the thought cross your mind that they looked like socks that had been left there by someone in a hurry, right in front of the bed?
Sustained.
Could you describe for us how the socks lay on that throw rug?
No. I mean, what kind of description do you want?
Well, were they neatly folded?
No, they were not.
Did they look to you, at the time you saw them, as though someone had just taken them off?
Overruled.
The socks appeared out of place in the middle of the throw rug.
They appeared out of place,
Yes.
and your attention was drawn to them.
Yes.
And you immediately that these socks might be a critical piece of evidence.
I didn't know if they were critical, but they were out of place.
Well, you had just come from a bloody crime scene,
Yes.
and you had seen shoe prints in blood leading to the back rear of that crime scene.
Yes.
Weren't you very interested in examining the ankle areas of these socks?
I collected them so that they could be examined, yes.
That's not my question. On June 13th, when you saw the socks, were you not interested in examining the ankle area of those socks?
Whether he's interested is irrelevant.
Overruled.
I collected the socks so they could be analyzed at a later date.
Asking about you. Were you not interested in examining the ankle areas of those socks when you saw them on June 13th? You.
I did not perform a test on them, no.
I'm not asking you whether you performed a test. I'm asking whether you were interested in examining visually the ankle areas of those socks when you saw them on June 13th.
Yes.
And you were interested in the ankle areas because it is the ankle areas that you would most expect to have blood on them if someone had been involved in a bloody killing such as the one you saw at the Bundy crime scene.
Not just the ankle area, no.
Well, ordinarily, wouldn't you expect the most blood from a scene such as you had witnessed at Bundy to be on the ankle areas when a pant leg came up?
That is a possible area that blood could be in.
Wasn't that more likely, in your mind, to be an exposed area than the heel or the sole?
That would depend on the circumstances.
Well, as you were thinking about it on June 13th, weren't you particularly interested in the ankle areas?
It's been asked and answered now.
I'm sorry, you're right. Now, when you looked at the ankle areas of those socks on June 13th, you did not see a smear of blood, did you?
I did not look that closely, so I didn't see any smear of blood.
You've had a number of discussions with the district attorneys in this case about your testimony, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
And you've had discussions with people at SID.
Yes.
And you're aware that questions have been raised about the handling of the sock in this case.
It
Objection, Your Honor, that assumes a fact not in evidence.
Sustained.
Are you aware that questions have been raised about the handling of the sock in this case?
No,
No one has said that to you from SID?
nobody has.
In your discussions about your testimony with people at SID, has anybody suggested to you that it might be a good idea to say that you didn't look at those socks very carefully on June 13th?
Nobody's said that to me.
Did any district attorney suggest to you in the course of preparing you to testify that it might be a good idea to say that you didn't look very carefully at the ankle areas of those socks on June 13th?
No one had to tell me to say that. That's the truth.
Oh. Now, you saw no trace of blood, wet or dry, in the white carpet area near the sock in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom.
I believe the socks were on a throw rug.
I understand. Before you get to the throw rug, there's a carpet area in the master bedroom.
Yes,
In that carpet area, you saw no wet blood or flakes of blood.
that's correct.
On the light tan throw rug where the socks were, did you see any flakes of blood at all?
No,
And when blood dries, in your experience, it does get crusted and flake.
depends on how much blood is present.
But that happens.
It does happen in certain circumstances.
And you would be very, very interested to see even a flake of blood near those socks on the throw rug on June 13th. Isn't that right?
Yes,
You may want to tell us, sir, that you weren't looking very carefully at the socks, but you certainly were looking carefully at that throw rug.
Sustained. All right, Mr. Scheck, we're going to take a court reporter break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute recess to change court reporters. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Do not form any opinions about the matter. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll be in recess for 15. All right, Mr. Fong, you can step in.
I'd like to address the issue of the phenolphthalein again in light of the questions that were asked. May I do that now?
At 4:30. Seated. All right, let the record reflect we've now been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Dennis Fung is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Good afternoon again, Mr. Fung. You're reminded you are still under oath, sir. And Mr. Scheck, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Fung, we were discussing the socks. Now, I think we had just finished establishing that you did not even see flakes of blood on the throw rug around the socks, correct?
It's argumentative as phrased.
Overruled.
would not expect to see flakes in that area, no.
You wouldn't expect to see flakes.
Not blood flakes from the sock.
Well, if there had been a smear of blood on the ankle of one of the socks that was deposited there around 10:15, would you expect it to have been dried by the time that you saw those socks on the afternoon of June 13th at Rockingham?
10 o'clock in the morning or 10 o'clock in...
At 10:15 on June 12th, or around that time, if somehow a smear of blood had been deposited on the ankle of one of those socks, would you expect it to have dried by the time that you saw those socks in Mr. Simpson's bedroom on the afternoon of June 13th?
Yes.
And if blood dries on a smear and the sock is in any way manipulated, would you not expect to see flakes of blood fall off the sock?
Your Honor, it assumes facts, not an evidence. That's an improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
Let us assume, for the sake of exploring this issue with you, sir, that somehow one of those socks had been covered with a smear of wet blood at 10:15 p.m. on June 12th. You would expect that smear to be dried, I think you've indicated, by the time you saw it on the afternoon of June 13th.
Your Honor, I object. It's an improper hypothetical as to smear.
Overruled.
I would expect it to be dry.
And if we further assume that in the act of taking off socks, the area in the ankle had been folded or rubbed, would you not expect flakes of blood to come off the sock?
That would depend on how much blood was present. If it was a light amount or a very small amount, I would not expect any. If it was a very heavy amount where it would have crusted in a clot type of fashion, then I would expect maybe there would be flakes.
Well, if there were a smear of blood half an inch to an inch long,
Your Honor, there's no evidence of such a smear. It's an improper hypothetical.
Overruled.
would you expect that that might, if dried, and the sock were folded and manipulated, leave flakes of blood that might be visible on that throw rug?
That would depend on the concentration of blood present on that 1.5 inches of smear.
Or, no, half inch. Let's start with a half inch.
Okay, 1/2 inch.
So I take it that you could, under certain circumstances, to use your terms, depending on concentration, expect to see flakes of blood.
Under certain circumstances, there may be some present, yes.
All right? And you get flakes of blood with dried socks when they're manipulated or taken off. That could happen.
For speculation.
Sustained.
You saw no flakes, right?
That's correct.
Now, let's go back to the Bundy crime scene for a second. When you were at the Bundy crime scene, did Detective Lang take you out to that caged-in area where Mr. Goldman's body was found?
Yes,
And there was soil in that area.
yes.
And in the back of that area, did he not point out to you what appeared to be a dugout hole?
I don't recall him pointing that out to me.
Well, did you see what appeared to be a dugout area in that caged-in soil part of the Bundy crime scene?
Vague as to the term dug out.
Sustained. Rephrase the question. Do you have a photograph?
Do you recall Detective Lang discussing with you that he believed there had been a fierce struggle between Mr. Goldman and an assailant in that caged-in area?
Calls for hearsay. irrelevant.
Sustained.
Were you under any instructions to look for clothing that might have soil on it from that caged-in area?
At which scene?
Well, from your examination of the Bundy scene and the area where Mr. Goldman was found, did you reach a judgment that some of the struggle might have occurred in that soil area,
That was one possibility.
and that one of the assailants might have, in the course of that struggle, kicked up soil onto shoes, pants, and socks?
Assumes the fact not in evidence, Your Honor, and calls for speculation.
All right.
Or will,
Assailants.
you can answer the question.
All right. Did you consider, when you were examining the Bundy crime scene, that in a struggle with Mr. Goldman, an assailant might have gotten the area of the shoes and the socks and the pants covered with soil from that area?
That is a possibility.
Did you not see such soil on the shoes and socks of Mr. Goldman?
I did not examine the shoes of Mr. Goldman.
Did you not see dug out areas in that soil that reflected a struggle between Mr. Goldman and someone else?
Dugout areas
Yes, dug out areas in the soil
that indicated a struggle?
that might be consistent with a
Still-
struggle.
Still vague and calls for speculation.
Or will,
I did not make that determination.
Well, did you see anything that could be consistent with that?
There was a disturbed area in the dirt area.
What do you mean by disturbed?
There was loose dirt in one portion of the caged-in area.
Loose dirt that could have been kicked up onto Mr. Goldman and an assailant during a struggle.
It's possible.
When you went to the Rockingham, I think we've found what is 83 in evidence.
all right?
Was that dugout area?
I don't recall.
Now, Mr. Fung, when you walked up the stairs at Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th, did you see any soil on the carpet of the stairwell?
I did not notice any heavy staining of the carpet, no.
Well, did you see any small flecks or flakes of soil on that carpet?
No.
In the carpet that covered the entryway to Mr. Simpson's master bedroom, did you see any soil or flecks of soil on that carpet?
No.
In the carpet surrounding the throw rug where you found the socks in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom, did you see any evidence of soil?
I did not see any.
On the throw rug where you found the socks, did you see any evidence of soil
No.
or dust?
Dust may have been present, but I didn't take a note of it.
I'm sorry, you finished?
Yes.
Did you see on either sock any soil?
I didn't notice any.
In the master bedroom, Withdraw. Did you go into the bathroom,
The master bathroom?
master bathroom?
Yes, I did.
And did you take towels out of the hamper in that master bedroom area?
I did not personally, no.
But when you arrived there, you saw that somebody had done that.
I don't know if it was before I arrived or after I arrived, but it was done by somebody else.
Was it done in your presence?
There may have been some of it going on in my presence, but I don't recall how much.
Who was doing it in your presence?
I don't recall that.
Was it a detective?
Yes.
And they were looking through towels in the bathroom.
They were looking through the contents of the hamper in the bathroom.
Contained towels.
I didn't go through it that carefully.
Contained clothes.
There were clothing.
And no one called to your attention any clothing or any towel that had a trace of blood.
Oral.
That's correct.
And no one called to your attention any towel or any clothing that contained soil.
That's correct.
I'd like to turn now to the circumstances of your collection of the socks. Now, I think you told us on direct examination that you have no recollection now as to whether you used the glove method or the scoop method to collect the socks.
That's correct.
But you're sure that you collected the socks and not Miss Mazzola.
Yes.
In going back over your evidence collection sheet, did you and Miss Mazzola talk about who collected what?
Yes.
And before you came in to testify, the two of you had discussed which one of you collected which item, and you filled in the copy of the evidence collected sheet that you have before you with such designations.
We did to the best of our memories, yes.
And you were doing this to the best of your memories when?
I don't really recall when. It was several months after.
Well, was it a month before this trial?
No, it was, well, maybe more than a month.
Was it after you testified at a proceeding in this court in August?
Yes.
Now, when you filled out your evidence item collection sheet for Rockingham, however, you did fill in the times that certain items were collected here on June 13th.
The items were filled in, yes.
And when you put in times for these items on June 13th, you filled them in that day.
They were filled in that day.
Your Honor, I'd like to put up on the Elmo a copy of the evidence collection sheet, but I'm putting a Post-it over a certain portion of it.
All right.
Before you do that, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now, this is an overall shot of your evidence collection sheet for that day.
Yes.
And there's a box there that indicates times, is there not?
Yes.
And then, starting at, I believe, item 11, if we could focus on that, Mr. Harris, starting at item 11. We could zero in on that. Move it just, that's it, great. All right, item 11 represents the first item that was collected when you and Ms. Mazzola returned to Rockingham in the afternoon.
Yes.
And you put down that time as 3:40 for 1540 hours.
That was the time that was put down.
And to your knowledge, is that accurate?
That's the general time frame that it was collected.
All right. And then the next item was a red stain from the foyer area inside Rockingham, correct?
Yes.
And that one was collected at 4:30.
Yes.
And the
Or
next-
thereabouts.
Or thereabouts. And the next item you collected were the socks,
Yes.
but there's no time indicated for that.
That's correct.
And the next item after that you indicated was a red stain that was found in the master bathroom.
Yes.
And that time is at 4:40.
Yes.
So I believe it was your testimony on direct examination that you collected the socks sometime between 4:30 and 4:40.
About then, yes.
And then before you left the residence, you collected two other items, numbers 15 and 16, and those were at 5 and 5:05.
The checklist states 15 and 16 were collected at about the same time.
Well, what times were those listed on the checklist? Perhaps you can help us. It's a little difficult to see.
They
at
both
the
say the
bottom.
same time, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. And those were items that were collected as you walked out of Rockingham in the front door area.
Your Honor, I'll object to any testimony about 15 and 16.
Sustained.
Now,
And make a motion to strike that part of the testimony to the extent it came in.
Oral.
Now, at the time that you were doing your collection in Mr. Simpson's master bedroom area, did you see someone